It can be kind of frustrating when we look inward and realize how much of what we do is an adaptation of the judging eyes of others. Even after we move out of our home, we may still feel the gaze of our parents, or perhaps after breaking up with a particularly toxic friend or significant other, you still feel like you have to walk on eggshells. And even though these videos are widely enjoyed, I still have to painstakingly comb through my script. One wrong placement of wording, an incorrect explanation of a concept, spending too much time on one topic or not enough time on another topic, or a simply descriptive skit being misunderstood as some sort of moralistic or prescriptive narrative, and boom, this judging gaze descends upon me. Now, these anxieties that I personally have can be explained by how my brain is wired, but in this vast, neurodiverse world, it's a strange phenomenon that we are all so profoundly affected by this gaze. Alrighty, first of all, I want to thank all of you so much for the response to the Who's Lila video. I'm happy that all of you are so happy with it. Some of you even bought the game before continuing on with the video, so I'm super happy that you guys did that as well. So, in that same spirit, if any of you guys have Amazon Prime, you can watch Suspiria right now for free or no additional cost. It comes with your Prime subscription. Let's tell Jeff Bezos and all those other Amazon people that people like these kinds of movies. And who knows, maybe we can get a sequel. This movie has imagery regarding gory violence, sexual violence, their self-inflicted violence, all varying from the scope of literalistic to more mystically symbolic. But there is one very specific motif that I think is going to, if there's any motif in this movie that's going to really drum up a lot of emotions, it's going to be this one. There's a large theme, an overarching theme of toxic parentage, toxic parenthood. There is one motif in particular that regards a parent physically punishing a child for something that shouldn't even be punished even verbally in the first place. Eventually in all of our lives we have to face these uncomfortable topics head on, but I believe it's to each their own time. So if this is not the right time to be going through this kind of topic, please, you can always come back another day. This video will still be here. Luca Guadagnino's 2018 Suspiria is a remake of Argento's 1977 Suspiria. Now, because of the 2018 release's powerhouse artistic depictions and just an insane amount of star power in its cast, it's evident that this movie was a very, very expensive movie to make. And sadly, Amazon didn't do a very good job at not necessarily marketing it, but just sheerly distributing it. You couldn't really find places it was showing. The movie follows a Susie Banyan, a fish out of water, in Berlin from Ohio. She's in Berlin to join a prestigious dance group called the Markos Tanzgruppe in Berlin. The head choreographer of this Tanzgruppe is a Madame Blanc, played by Tilda Swinton. She's one of many secret witches that use this Tanzgruppe, this dance group, as a front for their coven. And so this movie, we explore what kind of machinations this coven may have in store for its dancers, Susie Banyan, our main protagonist, being one of them. A witch's coven, using a dance group, a dance studio, that's kind of creative, kind of novel. So if my poorly put together premise of that movie piques your interest, please give it a watch. Now, without further ado, let's unpack and explore the 2018 Luca Guadagnino masterpiece of Suspiria. I'm feeling zesty today. Oh! We have the shoutouts still. Hey, we still have shoutouts to do. It's not my fault. The fucking intro's like 6 minutes already. Get it over with. Big shout out to one of the day ones, Starlight, for including a character in their cool little wyvern lore story, fantasy story, inspired off of Flaw Peacock. Big shout out also to Bingo Waiters. I hate to say it, but this has got to be my favorite fan art. Amazing. Also, big shout out to Wormgirl. Thank you so much for the shout out on your community tabs. Now, without further ado, you're missing one. We're missing one. Well, who? Wendigoon. He gave us a shout out in his faith video. Well, thank you, Wendigoon. I really appreciate. Did he say it? What are you talking about? What do you mean? Did he say it?
Flaw Peacock?
Yep, he says it. Thank you all so much for your support, fan art, shoutouts, and just simply watching and being around. Now, on to the video. Act 1, titled 1977, starts with Patricia, one of the soon-to-be victims of the Berlin Coven, visiting Dr. Klemperer. Now, before we enter, let's take note. She's traveled on foot to his office. Nearby demonstrators are protesting against the jailing of 4 revolutionary operatives. They're chanting, "We are watching. We are watching." Well, sugar my strudel. We're not even like seconds into the movie, and we're already getting some pretty solid symbolism going on here. Our dear Patricia is fleeing from this dastardly witches' coven, but at the same time, she's hearing these nearby protesters and demonstrators say, "We are watching. We are watching." We will soon get confirmation of this ever-seeing Hexen gaze, so keep this Hexen gaze in mind. Patricia is whimpering a tune. The lyrics come from Nico's Fairest of the Seasons, a beautiful song with a light tone contrasted by Christa Pafken's somber German affect. To be brief and amateur, I believe the song is simply put a song about the inner thoughts of somebody caught in a toxic relationship. Voices trying to justify staying, voices trying to justify going. This almost perfectly aligns with Patricia's predicament. Let's keep watching. We see her dancing. These movements that we would have initially interpreted as quirks of a disturbed and traumatized individual may be better identified as magic or spellcasting. We can't know what the intention is behind the dancing. It could still be traumatic response in origin, but we will come to know there is a reason behind every twirl, every plie, prance. She is a dancer, and we'll find out being groomed by witches for ulterior motives. Also, I should mention that Patricia intentionally throws a large duffel bag of her things in a corner in Dr. Klemperer's home, almost trying to hide it. I mention it because there is this scene much later in the movie where Dr. Klemperer discards the duffel bag after realizing he's too deep into this mystery. Dr. Klemperer is such a great character in this movie. One of the 3 characters that Tilda Swinton plays, believe it or not. He has this dry, fatherly coldness to his care, willing to reschedule with a client to make time for Patricia, but at the same time, stuck in his psychoanalyzing ways, coming off as cold and aloof in this highly strange situation. In German, Patricia says, "Do you see what I mean? Do you see what I mean?" In English, she says, "They're going to keep her alive after all." Dr. Klemperer responds, "Markos?" We'll come to find out that Markos is an enigmatic head to this witch's coven, but the doctor's understanding of Markos is not as a real threat to Patricia, but a part of her psychotic delusion. His knowledge of this lore isn't indicative of a belief in the lore, almost like he's saying, "Is Markos in the room with us right now?" sort of thing. And ironically, she may as well be. Keep this so-called Mother Markos in mind. She is the democratically elected figurehead of the Markos Tanzgruppe, or Markos Company, represented here as one of the figureheads of one of the 2 political parties in this coven. Patricia hides in a corner as Dr. Klemperer takes notes coldly. In German, Patricia seems to recall a memory about a cute boy with a guitar. This is likely a memory of one of the many musical outings she's frequented. We don't know much about this doomed girl, but she does love her music. She suddenly says, "I was right. They are witches, Hexen." in German. After noting the chaos outside, she states in English she needs to get Sarah out of there, that she's one of the only girls that she gives a damn about. We'll be meeting this Sarah soon enough. She's depicted by Mia Goth, Patricia by Chloe Grace Moretz. This movie sounds expensive. My appraisal of Dr. Klemperer's cold temperament is confirmed when we see in his notes in German saying, "Her delusion has deepened into panic." This is sadly one of the many flaws of Dr. Joseph Klemperer in this movie. His quickness to appraise and reduce anything and everything as simply mere delusions. Panic, anxiety, pure ideology. His desire to help is shackled by this kind of callous worldview that the human mind is made up of a system of delusions, and that Patricia's experience, the information she's relaying to him, is simply a part of some elaborate mythology. Patricia says that the witches may pick Sarah next, or Olga, then stating that she should warn Olga of the dangers as well. So here we have 3 students, primed talents to be thrown into the Hexen meat grinder. Patricia, Sarah, and Olga, a foreshadowing of the cruel fates that we will be seeing take place in this movie. Patricia tells the doctor that Olga is privy to the vile tactics of the dance studio, grooming the most talented of the dancers. Klemperer asks, "And you think they can hear you right now?" We then see a shot of the door to Klemperer's office, slowly zooming in as we hear creepy whispers. It seems that the Coven is close to locating the prodigal dancer. The shot enters the reading room, then focuses on the duffel bag. It seems that whatever is in Patricia's duffel bag may have inadvertently acted as a beacon for the witches to locate her. We'll come to find out that there is journal entries of ritualistic notes, trade secrets, that act as proof of this Coven's machinations in this duffel bag. It's in her in Patricia's diary. Patricia describes the boons that the witches give to their dancers before seeing a picture of a young Klemperer and his wife. Now keep this in mind. Oh boy. Anka. Her name is Anka. Anka Meyer, the missing wife of Dr. Joseph Klemperer. She may not play a huge role in this story, but she plays an insanely big role in our appraisal of the Dr. Joseph Klemperer, so keep her in mind. I just said keep this in mind. You don't have to say it again. No, Entschuldigung. And a Happy New Year. Patricia says that they took her hair, her urine, and then her eyes. Perhaps they can see what she sees. She runs her finger on a book by Carl Jung. Oh yeah, this is what Who's Lila's been preparing me for. However, we won't be getting into Carl Jung like we did in Who's Lila, but Jacques Lacan, a French psychoanalyst. Stay tuned. Patricia laments that Mother Markos wants to get inside of her. Klemperer writes and underlines the word simulacrum in his notes. Now, my understanding of simulacrum is heavily derived from Carneades.org's video on what is simulacrum. A simulacrum, simply put, is a simulation or fabricated representation of something else. A statue, a painting, or your appraisal of another person's personality. Yes, no matter how much of an empath you are, your vibe check is only a simulacrum of that person's being. Now, in the realm of philosophy, I think specifically postmodern philosophy, people typically modify this definition because a simulation or fabrication of something else, it's not very helpful of a definition. It can describe many things. So, I believe either post-structuralist, postmodern, postmates, I don't know, one of the post-Malones of philosophy has a more specific, it's a poor, imperfect, bad, etc. simulation or fabrication of something else. Typically, the simulacrum has the purpose of critiquing. We critique something as a simulacrum in that specific framework. So here we have a person posing for a painter. The painter will be represented by an eye, a perceiver. Okay, we're getting really repetitive here on this channel. The perceiver perceives the poser and then makes a painting of that person posing. Now, that painting is a simulacrum of that poser. But we can take this a step further. The painter is taking in the image of this poser, that internal image in their mind, in the painter's mind, that's going to convert into a painting. That in and of itself can be considered a simulacrum. So you could argue that the painting is a simulacrum of reality. We'll take this a step further, just so we can see how creative we can get with this framework. This painting is hung in a museum. Somebody takes a picture of it, and so now this picture is a simulacrum of a simulacrum of a simulacrum of reality. I should give a disclaimer now. The topics we go over, the very heady, highfalutin topics we go over, while not fully explore, we're not going to fully explore everything. It's not going to be 100% correct, but I will take confidence. I will take a little bit of pride. I think that what we explain here, the way I explain it, is a good launching point if you do want to understand things like simulacrum better, if you want to pursue that in your philosophizing endeavors. Now, I might not be entirely correct in applying this post-structural, whatever the heck, modification to this definition, to this scenario, but like if you notice, you don't perceive things perfectly, right? There's always, the mind plays tricks, your mind has, wrinkles and whatnot in it. So this memory, or not memory, but this perception of the subject is an imperfect one. Now, your painting, the easel, the canvas, the sheer gravity, the way it, the force it has on the oils that you're painting with, this is an imperfect representation of this imperfect representation. And this chucklehead who takes a picture of this, look at this. It's like the feet are cut off. He's including the borders, or the frames. The top of the painting is cut off. This is where we kind of play with the idea of simulacrums sort of degrading as they repeat themselves. Carniez.org gives a very good example, too, about the imperfection of simulacrums. Let's say I wanted to create a username. Now, given what we've just learned, it's easy to point out a username is a simulacrum of who you are. So let's explore this. Who I am. Now, here's an interesting thing. I am is unknowable. Who you are is unknowable. So your idea of who you are, in a way, is a simulacrum. And how would I define myself? Well, let's say for the sake of this situation, I was born in 1992. My name is Dick, and I'm a big Paramore fan. This idea of who I am is a simulacrum of who I am. And so I create my username. Dick by Boring Dick 1992. Now, is this username the perfect representation of who I am? No, far from it. It is a simulacrum of who I am. If you want to be more specific, it's a simulacrum of who I am. Now let's frame this in the realm of psychology or psychoanalysis. Specifically what Dr. Klemperer is doing for Patricia. Now, what Patricia's going through, we'll come to find out, is very much real, but we're going to be exploring this in the perception of Dr. Klemperer, who is reducing all of these things Patricia's going through as mere delusion. So you have reality, what Patricia is going through. And granted, the way she's taking things in, the bits of pieces of data that she's picking up on are not fully exhaustive. So it's an imperfect simulacrum of what's going on, but it's still very accurate. She is in danger. But again, we're thinking from the perspective of Joseph Klemperer. This simulacrum is then converted into a fully fledged out conspiracy theory regarding a witches' coven. So in the perspective of Joseph Klemperer, perhaps Patricia is going through a highly competitive, maybe even toxic environment. For some reason, perhaps trauma or some sort of transference, you'll get into that later, she's created some bit of intrigue by creating this simulacrum of reality, of witches, a coven, this political divide between two interfactions within this coven. So it's up to the psychoanalyst Joseph Klemperer to help his patient get a better understanding of reality, break the delusion. And while a more realistic perception of reality is still in the end a simulacrum, it's a far better one, again, in the mind of Joseph Klemperer, than this nonsense regarding a witch's coven. But here's the sad reality about this delusion. Patricia's understanding of her dire situation is in a very accurate, albeit incomplete, because again, she's not omniscient, simulacrum of what's really going on. Dr. Klemperer is superimposing his hyper-logical, hyper-reductive worldview onto this situation, onto this grand reality, and he's created his own simulacrum, the simulacrum in which Patricia is delusional, creating his own delusion. Him being so hell-bent against proving to himself and breaking the delusion of Patricia, he has created his own delusion. Perhaps to make sense of the strange things he's hearing and soon will be seeing. So simply put, Dr. Klemperer's appraisal is a very poor simulacrum of Patricia's overall solid but incomplete simulacrum of reality. Now you might call this projection, and listen, I don't have the verbal intelligence to argue against that, but I would say that this is more accurately described as something we will explore later in this video, in this movie, transference. Dr. Klemperer transferring his experiences previously perhaps with other patients and throughout his education, clinical trials he's witnessed, and transferring them over onto Patricia's situation. This is how transference happens, how delusion is made. And delusion, my dear viewer, is a lie that tells the truth. Keep that in mind. She panics as we hear whispers getting closer. She starts to cover all images that depict eyes, the book cover, the record, and finally the picture of Anka, Dr. Klemperer's wife. Patricia stares at Anka for a moment before somewhat aggressively slamming it down, and yet Patricia's face looks defeated. Ooh. Being that a simulacrum can be anything regarding a fabrication, a simulation, a mimicry of something, even if all that I've explored is complete hogwash, there is an interesting symbolic link between the image of Anka, Klemperer's wife, and this concept of the simulacrum, the imperfect mimicry of something. It's a bit of foreshadowing, masterful foreshadowing. So she slaps that picture down. Perhaps she worries that the witches can see what she sees, or see what the depictions of eyes see. And she may be accidentally giving a view into Klemperer's life, putting him in danger. This is such a subtle scene, but it's wonderfully called back to, or I guess the consequences of this scene come to fruition later in this story. It's beautiful, I love it. Patricia is fearful of this depiction of eyes. She is keenly aware of the gaze of these witches. This ties in perfectly with this theme that we will be exploring throughout this movie, of being aware of this gaze that others emit on you. The Lacanian gaze, to be specific. On her way out, she says that if they find out where she is and where she's been, they won't hesitate, saying they'll hollow her out and eat her private parts on a plate. A vile image, but if it accurately portrays the nature of this coven, we are in big trouble. Note, she leaves without taking the duffel bag. The next scene takes us to America. On a wall, an embroidered quote says, "A mother is a person who takes the place of others, but no one can take the place of." This is our first framing of the themes of motherhood in this movie. We'll be coming back to this scene and its various motifs much later in this movie. A group of humble Mennonites somberly watch over and tend to a wheezing mother, awaiting help from a pastor. A wheezing mother. To start the motif off of the story surrounding a mother Suspiria, the mother of sighs and breaths, it's very fitting, very, very clever, Guadagnino. Her arms are held up, being treated with towels, perhaps to normalize her temperature. Not sure. But note, if we were to view this scene facing the foot of the bed, her arms would be held in this distinctive V shape. Now keep this in mind. It will be subtly called back to in the climax of this movie. As the community surrounds this solemn scene, a pastor arrives, perhaps to give the final rites of this soon departing mother. Interesting how we see two scenes, one showing a doctor of the mind and another of a doctor of the soul. Zooming into the mother's dying visage, Tom York's singing punctuates the scene. Mother wants us, right beside her, no tomorrow, at peace. We fade into a scene of our main character, or protagonist, Susie Banyan, evidently in a German underground rail station, as we hear perhaps the final breaths of her mother. The sign in the underground rail says Suspiria and Ausgang, so breath, exit. Maybe this is signifying where the prodigal Susie is when her mother exits with her final breath? Or maybe this is just an exit in a train station in Germany, and this is just a creative way for titling the beginning part of the movie. We'll have some scenes later in this movie that feature Susie's mother, so perhaps these aren't her dying breaths, but I was sort of, ruminating. I was being creative at the time of watching this movie. Susie has a cagey look about her, peering over her shoulder. She sifts through an envelope of cash. Goodness gracious. She sifts through an envelope of cash containing both U.S. and German tender. The envelope is watermarked Ohio Mennonites. Did she steal some congregation or charity money to fund her flight from her situation in Ohio? Not sure. Well, let's keep moving. She witnesses some officers and punks bumping heads before a wind, or maybe a mysterious breath, if you will, causes her to drop her belongings, revealing her final destination is Berlin. We see her walking along the Berlin Wall. The Berlin Wall, simply put, is a physical barrier that was erected during Germany's own Cold War, signifying a divide between West and East Berlin, two regions represented by two government ideologies. Perhaps the scene of the punks and officers offer a similar divide between the youth and prefects of society, the rebels and order keepers. She makes her way to this Berlin dance studio. It's titled with a simple word, Tanze, dance in German. It's a monolithic building that seems to be untouched and unbothered by the surrounding historical events. The clear window to the left shows Frau or Miss Tanner, one of the matrons of the company, and we'll come to find out one of the witches. In a bothered manner, she knocks on the window, acknowledging the inquiring Susie. As Susie walks forward, we see the camera zoom in. She leers to the right. We see a mirror, or maybe reflective one-way window. This is such a subtle scene, but on your second watch, it's very interesting. We see Susie evidently sensing something or someone on the other side of that window. Her eyes leer up and down, scanning almost like a huntress of sorts, which confuses the fish-out-of-water demeanor she gives out throughout this movie. I'm not going to beat around the bush here. If you haven't seen this movie, I recommend you watch it. If you've got Amazon Prime, you can watch it. No extra cost to you. Because in this whiteboard, we're going to not only be appraising the power level of Susie as she evolves through this movie, we're going to point out, I'm not going to even say, just going to give you 5 seconds if you haven't seen the movie. All right? In the meantime, Are they gone? All right. As we chart out a lot of the stuff that sounds like foreshadowing, we could also extrapolate that perhaps the final form of Susanna Banyan had already been present from the very beginning of the movie. So I'm going to still speak vague for the sake of storytelling and oomph. But seriously though, if you haven't seen the movie, go ahead and watch it. This scene where she turns and it zooms in on her face, she's looking into that one-way or two-way mirror, is an extremely early evidence that she might be more privy to what's going on than she lets on. There's this level of omniscience, semi-omniscience, in this mirror gaze scene. She is sensing somebody behind this window, and in a very short scene after this, we're going to see there is somebody that typically stands behind that window. Maybe not at that exact moment, but there is somebody there. Is she sensing somebody else sensing her? Is her gaze catching somebody else's gaze that's upon her? Keep that in mind. Frau Tanner and Susie get acquainted. We see a thin woman with short hair depart from the office, bidding Susie a fair guten Tag. I believe this member of the coven is Frau Alberta. As they begin a tour, the camera shows the pictures and names of the staff or witches of this coven. This shot was absolutely paramount in helping organize all the various witches with their associated names and where they fall on the political spectrum of this coven. Note the picture of Helena Markos. This is the first image we see of the enigmatic Markos. We also see a picture of Frau Blanc, the sort of lieutenant headmaster of the studio. She's certainly the head choreographer, directly underneath Markos in position. Tilda Swinton plays the role of Markos, Frau Blanc, and, believe it or not, Dr. Klemperer, in case I haven't already mentioned it. I believe there is a reason for this, a thematic link between these three archetypal figures. There are two political parties at work in this witch's coven. Mother Markos heads the Markosites, while Viva Blanc, or Madame Blanc, heads the Blankites. For reasons we'll soon find out, Mother Markos is predisposed. So Viva Blanc, or Madame Blanc, is the sort of head lieutenant governor of the Markos dance company, the head choreographer. There will be an election, a vote later in this movie, in which we'll have a better understanding. We can place certain matrons, staff, and witches of this Tanzgruppe in the Markos field and in the Blanc field. As well, of course, using this whiteboard to appraise the various witchy motifs. I'm trying to use the word witchy as little as possible. The actress who plays Susie's mother plays another character, which are too obviously linked together. So one must ask, are the three characters played by Tilda Swinton linked together? We see Susie gazing at this board of the staff members, quickly smiling before turning to follow Frau Tanner. At first watch, this can be interpreted as the wide-eyed Susie Bannion marveling at being among greatness in the world of dance. But after having seen the movie multiple times, I can't help but feel there's a level of sizing up, almost like Susie is aware of her destiny of greatness and achievement in these hexened hallowed halls. There are these moments where Susie smiles in a way that only the viewer of the movie can see. And there's almost like this contemptuous, I don't know if contemptuous is the right word, this sort of deeply cynical ambition, this sort of sneering that goes on. It's just, there's something about it. There's something about it. Frau Tanner passively laments that she was hoping to reschedule with Susie, but alas, here you are. We cut to a curious scene. Susie digs her thumb and fingers into her chest. Her breathing is almost labored. First-time viewers could see this as nerves, but as a repeat viewer, I can't help but wonder if this is a more intentional kind of thing. Is she channeling some sort of breath magic, digging into her sternum, trying to get something to stir up? Does she have some sort of pre-existing knowledge of the magic that goes on in these hexen-hallowed halls? Enough speculating. We get the official title of the studio on the poster behind her, Markos Tanzgruppe, or Markos Dance Group. The scene fades to the students dancing at the instruction of Frau Blanc. We hear Susie suspiring, her breathing sync with the movement of the dancers, mind you, practicing in a different part of the studio. Frau Tanner takes Susie into a room of mirrors for her audition. This seems to be a significant room for the witches. It will make a few more key appearances. She introduces her to Frau Mendel and Frau Milius, two of the repetitors, or dance teachers of the Markos Tanzgruppe. But to us, we will know them as two witches. So far, we've been introduced to Frau Tanner, who is sort of a sounding board for Madame Blanc, but she sort of represents the Markos takes as to where to take this company. And then we've been introduced to Frau Milius and Frau Mendel, the two repetitors, or ballet tutors of this coven. We're calling it a coven, but as far as Susie and all these other dancers are aware, it's just the dance company. Susie seems disappointed that she doesn't get to audition in front of Viva Blanc, or Frau or Madame Blanc. Viva Blanc. Vivre is life, and blanc is white in French. Not sure if there's any significance there. White life. Frau Milius doesn't let Susie dance to music for her audition, taking the cassette or record from Susie's hands. Frau Mendel wryly asks, "You can keep time in your head, yes?" The two witches are sizing up Susie. Meanwhile, we see Olga, an older student, approach Frau Blanc. But after seeing how occupied she is with the new favorite dancer, Sarah, she walks away. Remember, Patricia said she was worried about Olga and Sarah. Also, we will see a very similar scene mirror this exact one. Madame Blanc seems to be instructing Sarah on transitions between poses. The first word we hear is hypnos, and after a brief instruction, morphos, so sleep and shape. Thus, we see Sarah strike a pose that resembles somebody sleeping. These are odd instructions. No pliés, no relevés. These are very specific Latin terms, or Greek. And we're getting flashbacks to the very first line of the Skit End video. I can't help but wonder if these are spells. Magic of sorts. Susie starts her audition, and it's unlike anything I've ever seen in a typical number. She dips in and out of the spotlight, in and out of the darkness, waving her hands like she's gathering wind or momentum, spinning like a tornado. Her movements start off rigid, then fluid, animalistic, then shambling. Whatever she's channeling seems to catch the attention of Madame Blanc. And the three proctors of this audition are having to eat their doubt as they witness this enchanting, or perhaps enchanted, performance. The dance builds as her breathing becomes more apparent, her suspiring being the music she's dancing to. After spinning, it seems that Frau Blanc has materialized or teleported, or what's that one word? It's very common in like miracleology. Bilocated into this mirror room. Time and space seem to not matter in these hexen-hallowed halls. I just love, there's one thing I did right in this video. Hexen-hallowed halls. I'm delirious. I just did a full workday today. Tilda Swinton, through Frau Blanc, masterfully exhibits not an impressed demeanor, but almost a terrified one. It's almost like she knows something that we don't. Where the other three witches see excitement, she sees something foreboding. Oh, I'm already out of flippin' room. Ha! We'll come to find out that Susie isn't a classically trained dancer. She's visited the Martha Graham School of Dance on multiple occasions, but her knowledge of Madame Blanc's mystical dance style is only through watching live performances and documentaries at the library. She's a natural. A supernatural, perhaps. Keep this in mind. What a disaster, I'm already out of room here. Susie takes a gander at the pictures of her future dance mates, while eavesdropping on Sarah discussing the suspicious disappearance of Patricia. One dancer suggests that maybe Patricia had to go underground. We haven't gotten confirmation yet, but we will come to find out that Patricia may have associated with the revolutionaries we see in the very beginning scene. But what if there lies a vile irony in the pondering of her gone underground? Maybe this foreshadows her being revealed to be dead, or something more unspeakable, literally being underground beneath the floors. Only time will tell. Frau Tanner and Susie discuss her admittance to the Markos Tanzgruppe, revealing that Susie won't need to pay any rent, just to be a part of the various recitals and performances of this dance studio. She says that the Markos Tanzgruppe places value on women's autonomy over her financial situation, won't ask for any rent. This sounds like quite a sweet gig. Dancers get free lodging, paying for it by doing what they love, honing their art. But you and I both know there's got to be a catch. Somebody's securing a bag, and it just so happens to not be filled with money. We are also introduced to Frau Vendegast, an older woman with auburn hair who is the house mother to the girls' dormitory, and Frau Butaher, a younger woman with medium-length dark hair who is the technical director. Peering from above is another witch who we will learn to be Miss Griffith, a mysterious matron who we don't know much about, and frankly, not much gets spelled out about her explicitly, but I will make some conjectures. So in addition, we now have Frau Vendegast and Frau Butaher introduced to Susie. Vendegas is the sort of house mother. She tends to the dormitories and whatnot, and Mutterhaus is considered the tech director. But we've also seen another very elusive matron, referred to as Miss Griffith. And there's a reason why I place her and Tanner right next to each other. There is some interesting mirroring going on between these two witches' faiths. So keep that in mind for when we get to the very end of the movie, a little bit post-climax. There's probably a better way to word that. Frau Tanner informs Susie that a spot opened up for her at the dorms because Patricia has allegedly left the studio. Frau Vendegas returns to organize the collection of Susie's things from her current lodging. The camera suddenly and silently swings to that reflective mirror, and alas, we see Madame Blanc in awe of this potential prodigy. But let's not ignore there is a tinge of terror to her face. Is she afraid of what may happen to this prodigy or the era that this coming generation entails? Note that this window / one-way mirror that Madame Blanc is standing behind is the same one that Susie suddenly spins her head towards when she takes her first steps into the Tanzagruppe halls. Now, let's rewind a bit. Frau Tanner refers to the studio as a sort of Ruth Bre collective. Ruth Bre is an interesting person, to say the least, and we can extrapolate an interesting framework that can give some insight into the structure and complex political motives of these witches from her brief dabblings in 19th century German feminism. As a woman, she was marginalized. As a child born out of wedlock, she was outcasted. And as an elementary school teacher, she was underappreciated, overlooked, and underpaid. She knew what it felt like to be vulnerable and alone. So her politics was formed around trying to establish security for vulnerable mothers, to remove stigma from being a vulnerable or single mother. And so we can kind of see a little bit of an overlap here between this coven's stated goals and giving these dancers, these young women, autonomy, and Ruth Bre wanting to establish autonomy for mothers. She started the League for the Protection of Mothers, but was shortly phased out, not only from the League, but from the overall discourse community of German feminism, making way for more prominent, globally minded feminists like Helena Stoker, who had motives more grounded in sexual liberation and whatnot. Ruth Bre is better described as somebody who had a deep spiritual and ideological affinity for this concept of the mother. One of the ways she could better the lives of mothers just so happened to be in politics, but she herself wasn't a political person or prescribed to any political strictures. Some of her beliefs may be considered an anathema by modern feminist movements. According to her Wikipedia, she believed that a prerequisite for mental and physical health of women was motherhood. And listen, to an extent I agree that any way, shape, and form you hearken in the new generation of humankind, be it as a parent, a sibling of a parent, a teacher, or pediatrician, is a high state of being. But I can't help but think that this part of Ruth Bre's ideology is just a slightly retooled view of what one might call a patriarchal view of women's role in society. The difference being that what she called patriarchal capitalism believed that women's place in this world is to be a mother or work, but never both, because women can't handle that. Her ideology is that women's place is to both work and be a mother, and she should be worshipped, because unlike men, she is capable of such great feats. In general, the brand of feminism that saw the most success in the coming century of Europe was more focused on liberation rather than economical security. Unlike Ruth Bre's brand, it not only rejected the idea of the female role in society, but the female essence itself, rejecting what some might call gender essentialism. Susie is back at her Berlin hotel room, packing her things up to move to the studio. Sadly, Sarah, who was meant to accompany Susie on her way back to the studio, was running late, so Susie had to purchase another night for the room. Susie and Sarah meet at the hotel room door. Susie sees a couple walking in the hallway, only clad in towels as if they've just showered together. Susie gives a concerned side eye, and like a mother shielding her kid from something unsightly, Susie pulls Sarah into the room and promptly closes the door. She's already protective and caring at this stage in the game in a very parental, loving, parental kind of manner. Keep this in mind. Susie avoids talking about her family back in Ohio by gushing about Madame Blanc. Sarah talks about how Blanc is both very tough and intense, so when she does show favor and approval, it's almost intoxicating. Madame Blanc sort of operates this interesting overlap between a sort of older sister figure and a stern mother figure. She is depicted by Tilda Swinton, who also plays two other roles in this movie. Tilda Swinton plays a cold, aloof father figure in Dr. Klemperer. She also plays a sort of devouring, selfish mother figure in Mother Markos. Mind you, we haven't met her yet in the flesh. We won't meet her until the climax of the movie. But she does play a big role in this movie. And then we have Madame Blanc, this sort of motherly older sister archetype, if you will, doing the bidding of her mother, in some cases regrettably and in some cases in full cooperation, but also at some points trying to protect people from her mother, Markos. I'm kind of jumping the gun there a little bit, but just keep that in mind. There's a reason why Tilda Swinton plays these three roles. There's got to be some sort of symbolic link between the three. Madame Blanc has this air about her like an older sibling, someone you look up to, someone whose favor is intoxicating. It's almost like your life's worth is their approval, even more so than the mom and the dad. You want your cooler older sibling to show, give you street cred, Don't worry, this goes somewhere, so just keep this in mind. Sarah gives props to Madame Blanc for keeping the studio open and afloat during World War II, during the time when, as Sarah puts it, the Reich wanted women to stay at home and keep their uteruses open. So again, we're playing with this theme of a collective meant to be a refuge and oasis for women who seek autonomy, this fusion of security and liberation. Sarah thanks Susie for helping her with her coat and says, "La vraie chose," the real thing in French. Not sure if this is a common saying in French, maybe a follow-up to thank you, but neither the viewer or Susie gets an explanation because her confusion to the sudden French lingo is interrupted by the sound of a bomb going off outside the window. So at this point, Susie doesn't know French yet. She might have some preternatural mastery of dancing, some sort of semi-omniscience and parental instinct, but she doesn't know French. Odd flex, but okay. But keep this in mind. French and spellcasting go hand in hand in this movie. We'll see a sudden jump up in her power level once she learns French, which makes sense. Magic and dance being linked together, so many different ballet moves being, French words, plié, Dougie. So this is one bit of knowledge she doesn't have pre-existing yet. Garder ça en tête. I know that's not actually how you say keep this in mind. It's the Google Translate version of it. My mom told me how to say it legit, and I forgot. Sarah subtly drops exposition and laments the political situation, mentioning Bader Meinhof, a hijacking, political prisoners, and being worried for Patricia. Let me paint the picture. The Bader Meinhof Gang, or RAF, is a revolutionary movement to some, terrorist organization to others, that see the U.S. as an imperialist force and the West German government as a sort of thinly veiled relic of the previous Nazi regime. The hijacking that Sarah talks about is of a Lufthansa airplane, which held an executive of a pro-employer political lobbying group as passenger. This executive was also an SS officer during World War II, so a natural enemy of the RAF to say the least. The goal is for the hijacked plane to be negotiated for the release of a group of prisoners at the Stammheim prison, the sort of Alcatraz of Germany. This prison holding these key players to the RAF. Sarah laments the danger Patricia's in because it was rumored that she was big into the RAF efforts. According to the matrons, it seemed a higher political calling drew her away from her calling as a dancer. But based on Patricia's flight from the witches in the first scene, we know this is not what actually happened. She wasn't running from the chaos of the protests and revolution, but the wrath of the Markos Tanza group of matrons.
Please have a seat, detective viewer.
Who are you?
My students call me Mr. Nascent, but you can just call me Remy.
Well, listen, Remy. I came down here for a midnight snack, so if you don't mind,
I'm already ahead of you.
Huh. It's nunuk soup, an Armenian dish. The ingredients are simplistic, but the flavor is something you can't describe, only experience. Mint, lemon, and garlic act as a sea for warring textures of lentils, softened onions, and pasta. But alas, those are leftovers. I need heat to warm it up.
There's a microwave right there.
Given the nature of this world, if I try to interact with anything that had a screen, input controls, and even, numbers, I can't even describe it. You know, like when you're walking past a cabinet or door and your pocket or belt loop gets caught in it?
Yeah?
Well, trying to use anything with a screen in this world is like 10 times more infuriating than that.
Yeah, that's pretty relatable. Wait, damn it. I was going to ask you about your relationship with your parents, but you distracted me.
With all that explained, the second act abruptly starts, titled Palace of Tears. We see Dr. Klemperer waking up to an alarm the next morning. Now this is odd because immediately after this we get a very significant scene of the Coven's election. Why start the act on a shot of the doctor and not the significant scene that happens very shortly after, seconds after? If the shot of Dr. Klemperer was removed, what would be missing? The election that takes place is between Mother Markos and Madame Blanc, both portrayed by Tilda Swinton, the same actress who depicts Dr. Klemperer. So perhaps it's only fitting that the second act, titled A Palace of Tears, perhaps a broken home, opens with all three persons of this movie's trinity, a mother, a father, and daughter of this Palace of Tears. Not sure, honestly, but it's something to keep in mind as we go into one of the key lore moments of this movie, the Coven Election. Frau Tanner is the host of this election, evidently over who will be the next leader of the Tanzgruppe, or head of this coven. The election is between Madame Blanc and Mother Markos. Miss Mandel, the shorter repetitor of Susie's audition, votes for Markos. Miss Killen votes for Blanc. Miss Judith, who I believe to be this matron with long black hair, votes for Markos. But this is odd. Out of all the Markosites, she isn't treated as such in the climax of the movie. You'll see what I mean. Miss Butaer, the technical director, votes for Blanc. Miss Milius, the taller repetitor of Susie's audition, votes for Markos. Miss Martinchen, a minor character, an older gray blonde-haired witch, typically seen with her hair tied up, votes for Markos. Miss Huller, a very stern-looking blonde witch seen smoking in this scene, votes for Markos. Miss Malcherie, I believe to be this older matron, votes for Blanc. Miss Marks, a minor character, an older witch with wavy gray hair, typically seen operating the music in the recital hall, votes for Markos. Miss Pavla, a red-haired witch seen laughing at Olga in a later scene, votes for Markos. Miss Caplet, a thinner witch with curl-styled black hair, votes for Madame Blanc. Miss Vendegast, the older house mother who arranged for Susie's things to be moved in to the dormitory, and also my favorite of the witches, votes for Blanc. Miss Balfour, a larger-framed, older witch, votes for Blanc. Actually, nah, she's my favorite. She's got the most expressive of the faces of the witches, and I just love character with expressive faces. She votes for Blanc. Miss Crusoe, a witch I don't believe we ever see, not even in the climax, votes for Blanc. Miss Alberta, a thin witch with very short hair, votes for Markos. Before I continue with the last few votes, there is one witch in the climax of this movie that suffers the consequence of being a Markosite, but we don't see her actually vote in this. It can't be Crusoe, Malcherie, or Killen, because they vote for Blanc. This witch is named Miss Daniels. Could just be an oversight, I'm not sure. Continuing on with the election, Frau Tanner asks for Miss Griffith's vote, but she doesn't answer. In French, somebody says, "We are near the end." In German, somebody says, "You must vote." Miss Griffith finally votes for Mother Markos. Note, she doesn't just say Markos. There's some level of reverence or deference in her vote. As we go through this story, we'll come to find out that Miss Griffith is no fan of the machinations. She's actually one of the least complicit. There is an air of unwillingness to Miss Griffith, and I want to point that out. Like there's some sort of contractual enthrallment. I'm going to get into some conjecture as to why she plays this role when we compare her to Tanner at the very end of the movie, where what role she plays in the sort of lore before Susie is introduced to the Tanzgruppe and the backstory between the Markos and Blanc split. Madame Blanc abstains her vote, and Miss Tanner votes for Markos. Mother Markos wins over Madame Blanc by 3 votes. Now keep this election in mind. Despite Frau Tanner declaring, "Let no one's vote be held against them," there will be some dire consequences to this election. So, in the Markos side of things, the final party we have, at the head, we have Mother Markos, Milius and Mendel, the repetitors. We have Frau Tanner, Frau Griffith, Marx, Pavla, Huller, Martinchen, Alberta, and here's a couple two weird ones. Judith votes for Markos. However, if you've watched the movie, goodness gracious, I'm sweating up a storm. If you have watched the movie already, you'll notice that there is a witch that isn't in this vote that gets, her comeuppance, and Judith doesn't. But what's weird is I'm pretty sure Judith is in that final scene. She just doesn't suffer any sort of consequences of being a Markosite. So it's just something to keep in mind. This Miss Daniels doesn't vote, but Judith does vote. They're both Markosites, and Judith doesn't get the consequence Daniels does. Maybe this is just some sort of oversight, writing-wise, scripting-wise, casting-wise, but it's something that's odd. I don't really go anywhere with that observation, but it led to a lot of confusion when I was trying to chart these various parties out. But of course, onto the Blankites, a much more simpler endeavor. In the Blancite side, we have, of course, Madame Blanc heading it, but do notice, though, she abstained from her vote. We'll get back to that in a moment, but let's go through the list. We have Vendegast, Boutaher, Balfour, Caplet, and then we have some more minor, very minor witches we hardly ever see. Creusot, Mauchery, and Killen. She's killing it. So the final vote, again, this is not including Daniels, is 10 in Markos and 7 in the Blancite side. Now this is very interesting. Madame Blanc, if she had voted for herself, if she hadn't abstained, that would take them up to 8 votes. I believe, and I'm kind of jumping the gun here a little bit, but I believe Miss Griffith is an unwilling vote for Mother Markos. Notice how she pauses, she hesitates, and it's like forced out of her. She has to say Mother Markos. Everyone's just saying Markos and Blanc, but she's showing reverence, in my opinion, unwillingly. So what if she wasn't under this spell or Hexen contractual agreement, some sort of NDA, if she, instead of voting for Markos and voted for Blanc, that would take the 8 and the 10, that would take the 10 down to a 9 and the 8 up to a 9. Now, that would lead to a draw, if you will, but it is interesting how this very slight edge is given. For what reason, I don't know, but it's a much closer call than we might realize on our first watch. It's very interesting. Huller is shown turning up the radio. The German broadcast details the hijacking of the Lufthansa passenger airplane. We are seeing the intentional placement of the German political frame of this movie next to the Markos Tanzgruppe political frame. We see a divided Germany and a divided Coven. Miss Griffith is evidently terrified of something or somebody. Maybe Susie, an incoming American force destined to change the life of this company as we know it. Maybe in the same way the US involved itself in Germany, we will see Susie involve herself in the Tanzgruppe, shaking things up or cleaning house, reforming the Coven to her own image, her own ideals, the way many describe the imperialistic arm of the US does in other countries. Frau Tanner and Madame Blanc discuss Mother Markos' plans. Frau Tanner says that Mother Markos wants to move quickly, now that the ghastly business with Patricia is over with. Madame Blanc states that it's a matter of which dancer they want to choose for the ritual, that they need to make sure the dancer is a proper fit. Frau Tanner almost accuses Madame Blanc, stating that Blanc already knows who would be a good fit, implying there's hesitation on Madame Blanc's part. Maybe Madame Blanc is trying to buy time to prevent another situation similar to Patricia's. Frau Tanner brings up Sarah as a good fit. She's become an ambassador of sorts for the company and has made a home here and feels loved. It seems they're discussing some sort of plan of succession, but it's not in the way that we think it is. There's a reason why Patricia, the previous consideration for Markos' plans, was so fearful and made an enemy out of the matrons. In this next scene, we see Dr. Klemperer starting his day off. He's referred to as Uncle Joseph by a local tenant. They share a quick passing conversation where Dr. Joseph Klemperer reveals he's on his way to visit his old country house, while the local says he plans on visiting the university with his girlfriend to watch a seminar by Lacan. Dr. Klemperer reacts to this information in a funny way. He sort of rolls his eyes saying, "Ah, Lacan." Jacques Lacan was a sort of celebrity psychoanalyst from France. In a way, much like Jung, you either look into him, find some of the stuff he talks about fascinating and move on with your life, or you dedicate every single fiber of your being towards hating the guy. Of his many contributions in the world of psychology, or psychoanalysis, he has this concept of the mirror stage. Before looking into the gaze during my investigation, one of the concepts or contributions Lacan made to psychoanalysis was this concept of the mirror stage. In order to explain both the mirror stage and the gaze, I have to explain what a subject and object is. It's a very basic, necessary thing, and yet no one ever bothers to explain it. I'm giving you trade secrets here. So it's super simple. Just like in grammar, a subject uses an object. The subject experiences something, and the object is being experienced. You grab the rattle. You are the subject in this. The rattle is the object in this. Kyle looks at you. Now, you are used to being a subject because you exist, you perceive, you use things. But to Kyle, you are the object. Kyle, the subject, looks at you, the object. You yourself are a subject. You are an eternal subject. For as long as you can perceive things and experience things, be the brain inside your skull, looking at the world and experience the world around you, you are this eternal subject. This sense is established at the mirror stage and then kind of shatters when we experience our first gaze. I'm getting ahead of myself. So, the mirror stage. It's the moment in which a person, typically a baby, is able to identify that the image in the mirror is an image of themselves. It's the first time this baby has an icon, an image to represent themselves by. As a baby, you rely on your parents, your guardians, to take care of you and to keep you safe. Up until this mirror stage, you are just this pure POV, experiencer of things, seer of shapes, eater of baby food, shaker and listener of rattles. But until this point, though, you look in the mirror and you realize you have now another thing to perceive, feel, another object, one that which you represent yourself by. That all being said, as cool as a concept this is, and we do see mirrors get used quite a bit in this movie, this symbolically doesn't play as big a role as the gaze does, in my opinion. However, there is a part in the very end, it might just be a coincidence, but there is a part at the very end that implements the use of a mirror and ties in beautifully. I mean, just in a strange synchronism, the mirror stage. Let's go ahead and erase this because we're going to have to make a lot of room for the gaze. Another concept Lacan plays around with is this concept of the gaze. The gaze happens when the subject becomes aware that they are being looked at by somebody else and being turned or perceived as an object in that other person's mind. You are being objectified. Now, this term objectified colloquially typically means to be dehumanized. But in a broad sense, it's just literally when a subject experiences you as an object. Here's a good example. I'm a living, breathing human being. You're aware of this. But you are experiencing this as a video, an image on your screen, lights, zeros and ones. I am an object to you. You are a subject experiencing me, watching a video. And even though philosophically speaking, I don't think you think of me as a non-living object, you are experiencing me as a subject experiences an object. I want to bring that home just so when we do talk about these things, it's not always a dehumanizing thing. In this video, though, we're going to be going more on the negative concept of the gaze. But here's the thing. You might ask, okay, what is the gaze? Is the looking the gaze? Is the perceiving of someone as an object the gaze? Is that moment that you are aware of the gaze the gaze? The gaze itself isn't the looking, but the being aware of that you are looked at, can be looked at, are being looked at. The gaze is this thought bubble. It's this awareness that exists purely in the mind of the subject, borrowed from data that exists in reality, but nonetheless, the gaze itself exists in the mind of the subject. This is why even after this event has occurred, this person is looking at the subject, and time has passed, this guy has just gone off, done their own thing. The gaze still exists. This person still feels the reality of being looked at. I'll give you another example using my own personal experience. Once in a while, I like to go in the YouTube channel studio panel, and I like to go in and look at all the comments that YouTube is temporarily censoring, and I just like to uncensor most of them, because most of them are fine. But one day, I find a comment, a simple 2 words, nice ass. Now, I've got a very wide sense of humor, so at first I just laughed. I'm like, that's pretty funny. But then I really thought about it. Okay, hold on. This person's complimenting my ass. That means at some point in the video, my ass was in view. It was in a position to be observed, be gazed at. I started to think back to any of the skits in that video. Were there any skits where I was turned away from the camera, far enough away from the lens to feature my dump truck? And then that got me thinking, sure, this person thinks I have a nice ass, but not everybody thinks I have a nice ass. Some people might find the rotundity to be quite off-putting. You know, I like to wear tight slacks, or, in general, tight slacks. But just because I might built like I got the new 4Gs on the Jeep doesn't mean I should, flaunt it. Not everybody wants to see it. I don't want to feel like I'm shoving my butt in people's faces. So perhaps, maybe in the future, I'll make sure to not feature, my butt so prevalently in the shots. That, my friends, that whole thing that you've just seen me experience in real time, this is the gaze. I want to point this out. There's nothing wrong, nothing to be stigmatized with a person finding another person's butt scrumptious. But that's not the gaze. What happens in a person's mind is their own business. It's when it becomes known that the object to the subject has been objectified or looked at that many things can happen. In this neurodiverse world, people who are prone to overthinking, like myself, can be quite sensitive to the gaze, but we are all equal in that we are subject to it, or I guess an object to it. Again, I want to reiterate, the gaze as a concept is not focused on the looking, but more the experience of being looked at, and how that experience rests almost in a mimetic way in the mind. In fact, a looker doesn't even need to be present for the gaze to be around. Let me give you one more example that will be much more relevant to this movie. Many people, even after moving out, being estranged from their parents, or the parents passing on, still for some reason feel the gaze of their parents, and their life seems to almost be affected. The choices that the child, the subject being objectified, makes is in reaction to this gaze. One can cooperate with this parental gaze, or one may protest against this parental gaze. But nonetheless, the decisions that this subject, being objectified by that parental gaze, makes is in reaction to that parental gaze. But can we at least appreciate, no matter what this person does, look, they're happy, no matter what. They're just happy. They want to be a successful doctor. They want to be an actualized artist. Does it really matter? Does it really matter about the gaze? The gaze matter, the G-A-Y-S, but the gaze, G-A-Z-E. Does that matter? I mean, it does, obviously. We need to face it. So, with this thoroughly explained, when Patricia is fleeing from these matrons, keyword matrons, matriarchs, mothers, parents, in a way, she is feeling their gaze. I want to call back the very first bit of dialogue we hear is not from Patricia, not from anybody except the protester saying, "We are watching, we are watching." She is, in a strange, coincidental or symbolic or whatever you want to say, serendipitous way, she is feeling that gaze from the matrons, and perhaps even feeling that gaze from her comrades. But I think it's more applicable, at least within the scope of this movie, the gaze is coming from the matrons. But I'm rambling. Patricia has been traumatized to the point in which anything that reminds her of this gaze, any depiction of eyes, needs to be covered. The books need to be slammed down. The pictures need to be slammed down. In Dr. Klemperer's office, in a psychological and mystical way, she is under the gaze of the Markos Tanzgruppe. Dr. Klemperer reads a newspaper on the train and places it on his seat at his stop, in case somebody else wants to read the paper. We see what looks to be a strange shape printed on the paper. I believe this is supposed to be an advertisement for Markos Tanzgruppe's upcoming performance. It's quite interesting that aspects of the studio seem to be encircling the oblivious doctor. The doctor makes his way into East Berlin, passing by an embracing couple and arriving to his small country house. He touches the engraved heart that we first see in the picture of him and his significant other, Anka, in their youth, likely when they first purchased the home. We hear his inner thoughts. He laments to his missing wife Anka on how overgrown everything is, that we cleaned this place up last week, and yet there are a bunch of leaves here already. That's an interesting bit of foreshadowing for the very final scene of this movie. Very final pre-credit scene of this movie. He sits there with a sad look on his face, perhaps mulling over the memories they planned on having in this home, but never could. We still don't know what happened to Anka. Did she die? Did she leave him? We'll find out soon enough. The next scene is of Sarah giving Susie a tour of the dormitories. They pass by Olga, talking to a romantic interest on the phone. Susie looks around her room. We hear some strange, heavily filtered or muffled wheezing, maybe giggling. And it persists into the next scene, where we see Dr. Klemperer opening the door to his flat and seemingly reacting in confusion to these noises he must have heard on the other side of his door. He calls out to Frau Sesam, or Sesame, his caretaker, but she isn't there. He finds Patricia's things stowed in the corner of his living room. He turns on the TV and rifles through her things. As Miss Sesam comes back with some flour, she reacts to the news about the demonstrations being held to release the RAF terrorists. She says, "Before the war, Germany had the strongest women, just like Anka. Wasn't she strong, doctor?" She speaks in the past tense, which is kind of interesting. And there's a little bit of overlap with this concept of strong women and Ruth Bre's ideology. We're back at the studio again. The dancers are called to meet in the Iris studio for practice and to lead in their own stretches. Iris. There's that theming regarding eyes, the gaze. Although we only see Madame Blanc, Frau Tanner, and Frau Marx in this scene, perhaps the gaze of the other matrons are still present. So keep that in mind. Madame Blanc bids all the dancers a good morning with a kiss on the cheek. Frau Tanner checks in with a single dancer about her leg. It seems that this is a tight-knit Tanzgruppe, and on your first watch, you may not have been expecting any secrecy and sinister intrigue to the boiling beneath it all. It just seemed like a wholesome place for women to practice their craft under the tutelage of experienced dancers. If you bring your attention to Susie and Blanc, notice how similar their hairstyles are. There's a lot of mirroring between Viva Blanc and Susanna Banyan. Even the names are quite significant. The name Blanc means white. Viva can mean life. We talked about that, right? White life. But it's spelt Viva, V-E-V-A. This makes me think it's short for something. Genevieve, perhaps? After digging a bit, I found the name may come from the Germanic Kenovefa, meaning women of the race. This could be interpreted as women of a race of people, or the race of women, or womankind. So we have white female race, so we have womankind white. Little bit of interesting overlap between that and Ruth Bre's transformation of her ideology. Not sure if we get into it in detail in this video. It's pretty jam-packed as it is. Susanna is a name commonly linked to the lilies, and Banyan is a bit of an uncommon name, but Ban in Gaelic Irish means white. Gaelic Irish, is that a thing? I feel like I messed that up. Is Gaelic Irish a thing? I feel like that's Gaelic and Irish are two completely different things. Someone's gonna get pissed off in the comments. I'm gonna have to be careful next time I turn my car on. All right, pal. All right, that was going a bit too far. Listen, I made a Wolf Tone song in the Faith series. Okay, I have some IRA credit. Sorry, Link. I can't give credit. Bombs, bombs, bombs. You want it? It's yours, my friend. As long as you have enough euros. Stupid. This is about Germany, not Irish. So we have Susanna Banyan, lily white, pure, sort of this fish out of water. And we have Viva Blanc, white life, or perhaps women of the race white. Could be some mirroring with the whole Nazi thing. I'm spitballing here. So we have that mirroring, again, between Viva Blanc and Susie Banyan. Their last names having something to do with the color white. Gosh, there's so much unhingedness in that last bit. I'm feeling zesty today. Madame Blanc introduces everybody to Susie, the new addition to their dance studio. Susie is nervous. She says she doesn't even feel like she's even here yet. Like even though she may be there physically, the rest has yet to arrive. Ooh, interesting. She feels like she's not here. She hasn't arrived yet. Yes, Susie Banyan may be there, but something else has yet to arrive. Bit of foreshadowing of a completion of sorts. Keep that in mind. Also, Madame Blanc blows an impressive cloud of smoke. I want to take a moment to appreciate some interesting theming that's going on here. This is a witch's coven in which their magic is done through suspiration, breathing, breaths, gasps, etc., etc. We see this motif in the rhythmic breathing in the Tanzgruppe's performances, in the dancing that they do. Ha, ha, every move they do, it's like a spell being cast. We see a wielding of cigarettes, almost like wands or talismans, means of channeling the breath, giving sight through the smoke. Let's appreciate it for a second. This is a Tanzgruppe. This is a dance company. Dancing is a very, very exhausting sport. And the rhythm and the breathing, your body needs to be completely linked. It's very magical. And so how fitting is it that a dance group be this sort of front or school for suspiration magic? Madame Blanc encourages Susie to join in only when she feels comfortable. With Patricia gone, Madame Blanc chooses Olga to play the lead or protagonist of her dance piece, Volk or Volken, which is German for people. That's where we get the word folk from. Common folk, folk coming from the Germanic Volk. And the nos in nostalgia comes from Kronos. So this piece is called Volk, a piece centered around people, humanity. Keep that in mind in the same place where we've been keeping all of these matriarchal themes. these will soon come together. With Olga, the previous support, now playing the lead, Sarah is chosen to replace Olga's previous part. I can't help but feel, after watching this movie so many times, that Olga is being set up for failure or sabotage in a way. The dancers practice Vulcan. Before Olga messes up a move, we see Frau Martinchen walk past the room. So maybe it isn't Blanc that's sabotaging Olga? Maybe it's these three Markosite faction witches, and Blanc is just trying to save the production with the talent she has? I'm not sure. It's very evident that Blanc has an affinity for the breathy magic, the suspiring magic, but we'll come to find out that Markos, her magic is something more diabolical, devouring, selfish. We'll use the bottom of this whiteboard to kind of get some loose themes that we're picking up on here. And we'll create a more complete image as to the machinations and the motives of this coven. So in the meantime, keep this concept of devouring, consumption, taking in something, energy from another person in mind. Madame Blanc stops the practice because Olga makes an error. This error seems that she did a chopping motion, where Madame Blanc wanted her to swing her arm up and slap her hand into the ground. The sound of the thud and Madame Blanc's instruction, you pull it from the ground, gravity, it's just so satisfying.
2 and 3. You pull it from the ground, all right? Gravity, remember.
I don't know, it's just such an audibly stimulating bit of sound and dialogue. But again, there's that bit of magic there. You pull from the earth, pull from Mother Earth, like we pull crops and life from it, like we pull the crown of the baby, the crown of life, from the womb. I notice there's this linking of hands between the supporting dancers. Perhaps they symbolize the motherly bond with a daughter, or perhaps the physical bond of the umbilical cord. Sadly, we don't get very detailed views of the dance in this phase of the movie. Olga has an outburst. She's about to give up when Madame Blanc suggests a 10-minute break. Olga accuses her of not being able to respect her own lies. Frau Tanner is about to reprimand her, but Madame Blanc rushes to Olga's defense, offering to face this head-on. Madame Blanc calls to Olga to be at peace with Patricia's choices in life. She's gone now. She wants to live her ideals, and she should be admired for it. Madame Blanc seems to touch her forehead, her third eye, to Olga's. Madame Blanc says if Patricia wants to spend the rest of her days filling up bottles with petrol, that's her own decision. And who's to be heartbroken when we find out she's been shot by a police officer? Olga sees right through this, accusing Madame Blanc of manipulating everything. This scene will hit pretty close to home for many of you. It's hard to describe, but Tilda Swinton masterfully portrays this sort of passive-aggressive, thinly veiled disapproval of Patricia that many of you might be familiar with and have experienced firsthand, perhaps from a family member, close friend, or mentor. All three of these roles Madame Blanc is to these dancers. Olga officially quits and declares that she'll be packing up her things and leaving this effing box of rabies. In Russian, she calls the matrons vedme, or witches, and we hear Frau Tanner cackling in dismissal. Laughter, cackling, the rapid-fire chopping of breath with the opening and closing of the throat, and how fitting this is a witch's coven, and what better motif of linking together the cackling witch. Breath, suspiration. This won't be the first, or this won't be the last time we see a witch cackling in an odd sense, cackling in a scenario which they would be rather be angry or sad, but there's like a cackling nonetheless. It's a motif that these witches wield. I just love it. I love how these two worlds are coming together in this movie. I'm bumbling about today. This won't be the last time we hear that witchy cackling. I said it again, witchy. But so keep this in mind in the meantime. With Olga gone, Madame Blanc asks around if anybody volunteers to be the protagonist. It seems at this point the dancers are catching on to the baggage such a role comes with. Sonia and Carolyn, the two most talented of the two very talented dancers, deny Madame Blanc's pleas. Finally, Susie speaks up. This seemingly green or lily white dancing acolyte is potentially painting a big target on her back, becoming the center of this piece, the center protagonist of Vulcan. She assures Madame Blanc that she's seen the documentaries surrounding the Volk performance hundreds of times at the library, and has seen it in person, revealing herself to be quite the Madame Blanc fangirl. Frau Tanner gives one of my favorite lines in this movie. "Well, then perform it yourself then. We can't risk any of these other girls getting kicked in the ribs." Frau Marx starts the Volk music, and we see the back of Susie's neck as she deeply suspires. Meanwhile, Olga is fleeing from this box of rabies. She looks outside to see freedom await her on the other side. Madame Blanc stops Susie and beckons her to clear her head, in a way making room for a boon that Blanc plans to bestow upon her. She blesses her hands and feet. The essence of Viva Blanc's Volk courses through Susie from here on, in a way priming her to be a mother of the Volk, the mother of the people. Miss Griffith is watching over this routine and is deeply affected by this passing of the Hexen torch. Without instruction, Frau Tanner stands parallel to Blanc, in diagonal position to Susie. A ritual is taking place at this moment. This is no longer a mere contemporary recital. As the boon courses through Susie, Miss Griffith hears laughter coming from another part of the studio. Frau Pavla and Frau Alberta burst through a door in the stairway, cackling, startling Olga. Frau Pavla wryly asks if everything is all right with Olga, asking, "All is klar?" Susie channels her dancing chi. Miss Griffith is reacting strongly to the magic, linking what's happening in the iris room to what's happening in the stairway. The camera slowly zooms in on Pavla's visage, and she suddenly cackles with Alberta, leaving Olga in their dust. Olga seems to become blinded by a hex. She begins to tear up, as well as Frau Griffith. This is odd, because this is more in line with Mater Lacrimorum, the mother of tears. I'm not sure if Miss Griffith is crying out of sorrow for Olga, or some sort of solidarity with Olga's doom, or if she's casting the spell herself. I think it's more of the former. The blinded confusion, encircling laughters, and labyrinthine nature of the studio causes Olga to stumble upon the mirrored audition room. What's interesting is that it sounds like Frau Vendegast beckoning Olga to come into the mirror room. "Come, Olga, come." The ghostly voice had me thinking what Vendegast could mean. Vendegast. It's another odd name. Wende can be linked to Winden, Slavic people who live in East Germany, and Gast is German for ghost or evil spirit. Maybe Miss Vendegast is a Baba Yaga of sorts. Blanc recalibrates Susie through the instruction to start here. Now, this dance, this is where you can get as creative as possible. Well, everything I say in this point, you could just take with a grain of salt. That's just me getting jiggy with it. All people, all Volk, start here. I believe this is a head of a baby emerging from a womb, a fitting start to the dance of Volk. I'm going to focus more on the dance, but keep in mind that all of these dance moves are acting as spells that are being used to mangle and torture, but not kill, Olga, who is trapped in the mirror room. The dance starts with the crowning of the baby from the womb. Susie drops out of the womb. The arm seems to symbolize an umbilical cord. She makes a cutting motion, starting the doom of Olga. Susie seems to gather something and discard it, throwing it to her right. Perhaps how we discard the placenta, bloodshed, and umbilical cord after birth. These key things that link the parent to child, that are emblematic of the gift of life, is discarded like waste in the medical setting. Susie spins clockwise, moving forward toward Blanc and Tanner, perhaps to signify the passing of time, the life cycle of the offspring. Suddenly, Susie's arm shoots forward and pulls violently. Whatever is being grabbed causes the protagonist to step back, get to the ground, grow closer to the world, and move about in a bestial manner. Susie then gestures to her neck and pulls down, almost as if to stop something from escaping her lungs. A metamorphosis seems to be taking place. We see a single shot where one hand is at her groin and the other is forming a sort of maw or snake tongue at her chin. She gathers this transformation and, for lack of a better word, kamehamehas. This is one of the more spell-casting of the dance moves. Perhaps this is to signify the changes we go through sexually, because she then falls to the ground and breathes in an exhausted but sensual way, perhaps to signify the first time somebody becomes sexually active. Blanc asks Frau Marx to increase the volume. Lauter! Susie rises from the state of ecstasy and discards another part of her, perhaps to signify the innocence of the first part of life, people typically believe to be lost after one is sullied by sex. Frau Tanner says, "Bravo, bravo, Susie." Let me pause for a moment, because I failed to put it anywhere in my outline. Frau Tanner is caressing a talisman of sort, made of a lock of human hair. Keep that in mind. Remember, Patricia says, they collected my hair and my urine. The hair is going to play a big role in a lot of this. Anyways, continuing on. Susie seems to lengthen. She's no longer close to the ground or bunched up, but fully erect, perhaps to signify the reaching of full maturity. With the brain being fully developed, the protagonist seems to be taking in various parts of the world. Susie repeatedly pulls things in, accruing baggage, being formed by the world around her. It's hard to tell what's being done after this, but perhaps it's more magic-y dance moves. Now that I think about it, all of this could just basically be summed up as magic-y dance moves, and I'm just a tool with a YouTube channel. Por qué no las dos? Susie stands tall, striking a pose similar to a mudra. She goes from distinguished to bestial to distinguished again. She leaps and spins, then makes a slow twisting motion with her hands as if they were bound. She frees her hands and sheds her skin. Perhaps this is meant to signify the ways she was bound as a woman, being shed so she could then forge her own destiny. Out of everything, that probably feels the most flimsy to me. Susie then begins coughing from exhaustion, ending the impromptu recital and leaving Olga as a mangled victim of this coven's machination. So in addition to having this pre-existing knowledge and mastery of dance, her own style, she already has this pre-existing mastery of Madame Blanc's style of dance, most present in her magnum opus, Volk. This clearly indicates Susie has a strong affinity for Madame Blanc, but I can't help but feel like only a truly exceptional, gifted dancer could attain such mastery so quickly, so early on, from just documentaries, from library visits, and the occasional viewing of the performance of Volk, even in person. I don't know of anybody that can do that, so keep this in mind. Madame Blanc tends to Susie by placing a hand between her shoulder blades, perhaps where her heart chakra would be located. It seems Madame Blanc then reabsorbs the boon that she gifted Susie, or maybe heals her by giving her some of her life energy. That would actually be quite fitting if the heart chakra is of any significance. The heart is a major player in respiration, after all. Madame Blanc instructs Sarah to take Susie to her room. While they leave, Madame Blanc and Miss Tanner share a moment privately. Blanc simply states, "How enlightening," before continuing her instruction with the rest of the class. While resting, Susie, evidently at the instruction of Frau Vendegast, pees in a cup and gives it to the elder ambassador of the Urination. During this scene, she has a flashback to her childhood as a Mennonite in Ohio. It seems her desire to go to Berlin date very far back. We see these beams of intention being channeled from Ohio to Berlin. In disapproval, Susie's mother, evidently in good health in this flashback, crumples up the paper, and the flashback ends. Meanwhile, Joseph Klemperer investigates the missing Patricia's journal. The first page reads like a normal diary. We see some of her inner thoughts of the Meinhof trials, her thoughts on an actress named Pola, maybe Pola Kinski or Pola Negri, referring to her as dark and mysterious. In the next page we read, "Time, strength, and space are the elements that make dance alive. In this triumvirate of elementary forces, space is the scope for the dancer." I did my best to sort of translate this English translation back into German and search up online what this excerpt could be from. I tried piecing together what I could find on the footage, but even then it's kind of blurry. These shots are very quick and not very clear.
but I know that there's somebody out there who's a lot more skilled in this level of research than I am. I'm sure there's a database. I'm sure there's some way. I've tried searching on Google Books, but I couldn't figure out where this was from, but I'm sure there's something there. While I'm here, I might as well give a little bit of a shout out to Novum, a really, really cool-ass YouTube channel. He did a big breakdown of Hereditary, and I marvel at his research skills. He was able to find all these obscure Aleister Crowley tomes and whatnot, so he's definitely a level above me. I look up to that guy's channel.
The first bullet point says, he belongs to him. The second says, because he deigns it. The note continues, the imaginary irrational space of dancing, something intelligible, dissolves borders of the rest is obscured. The next page is bookmarked by a pamphlet of sorts that advertises a performance titled Salome. At the top reads Die Zauberflote, or Magic Flute. This was originally a piece by Mozart. I watched a video of the performance, and man, this is legit. I recommend you give it a watch. I don't want to get too bogged down. But I did pick up on a witch-like queen scrutinizing or rejecting her daughter, so it tracks with the themes of this movie. Salome kind of threw me for a loop. Perhaps this is in reference to the famous dance of the Seven Veils of Salome. I found some other very legit dance pieces on YouTube. One featured a dancer in a very familiar red ribbony garb, and another featuring a dancer moving very similarly to how the protagonist dances in Blanc's Volk. Links for said videos are in the description. Dr. Klemperer discards the brochure and focuses on the page. The first words are obscured, but we continue on reading, feel my connection to them, the three mothers that have always been there, bigger than everything, and more important, Mother Tenebrarum, Mother Lacrimarum, and Mother Suspiriorum. And today there is only her, obscured, and at the same time not. Mother Markos, a shadow perhaps hanging over my story. She then recounts meeting Sarah to prepare for practice for the upcoming week. So we get a bit of information into these three primordial mothers of the world, of magic. Tenebrarum, which is darkness, Lacrimorum, which is tears, and Suspiriorum, which is sighs. Darkness, tears, and sighs. It seems that Patricia is talking about Mother Markos being a sort of figurehead, perhaps in the apparent absence of these three mothers, hanging over Patricia's story, pulling the strings. While this is all happening, we hear the musical motif that will be heard in full in the climax of this movie. The piano punctuates both Dr. Klemperer's rifling through the journal and the matrons, specifically Vendegast, Balfour, Alberta, Milius, and Pavla, standing over the mangled but still somehow living body of Olga. Frau Vendegast calls to attention and instructs the witches to not hurt Olga. But alas, they take these hook instruments and plunge them into Olga, all working together to hide or utilize her suffering body. Alberta dons a menacing face, Milius one of judgment, Balfour one of eagerness, and Vendegast a strange morphing between disgust and amusement. I want to finally call to attention this hook shape. We see this hook shape in the noses, in the way we depict witches. They've got a very hooked shaped nose, talon-like fingers. This is what we associate with the typical depiction of a witch, but in the case of Suspiria, the Markos dance company, the hook motif is shown in the weapons that they use to subdue the incapacitated Olga. And you'll notice it's almost like hidden Mickeys. You'll find like very sharp claw, talon-like motifs in their decorations. Wallpaper. Tanner has this sweater that kind of has like a little bit of a claw thing going on. It's very interesting.
And now on to the next page. We see this very intricate star-shaped chart that might seem like gibberish or lore, feather bedding, but if we really look at it, it is pretty intricate. There's definitely some intention behind this. I made a Microsoft Paint recreation of this with English instead of German words. And I've color-coded each corner so you could kind of better delineate how each aspect connects to each nodule. I think all these various corners maybe are essences of spells, dance moves, and whatnot, and they connect to each other through these nodules: immediate, abrupt, delicate, gradual, and flexible. Oh, I'm just realizing I forgot to add that diagonal from the lower left to the upper right that charts out time. I've put together a couple of examples of how, using this framework, we can see how Susie's dance moves translate into the damage against Olga's body. We start in a delicate position, have a slithering drop, and then an immediate dab on the chest. This translates into a sudden or abrupt push against Olga. This one's particularly brutal. Susie is wringing her hands, and then we have a sort of flexible, twisting motion against Olga. This one's a little bit of a stretch. We have this gradual spinning, and then all of a sudden that translates into twisting the ribs or insides of Olga. Susie gives a solid grasp, and then that translates into a scourge or whipping of Olga's entire body. And here we have the pressing of the hands and the pressing of Olga's innards. If you want to see the result of that brutality, go watch the film yourself.
This woman who sought autonomy, kinship, and the honing of her boon in dance performance, utterly used and abused by these wretched devouring hags. Ruth Bre Collective? More like Poopy Collective. Olga was a troubled soul. She sought refuge to hone her craft, seek autonomy. And what? She wants to go her own way now, do her own thing, and now she's to be used and abused and discarded like a little bit of trash. Yeah, rather a dead daughter than a free daughter, eh, matrons? This is the very strictures that Susie sought to escape from. She's left one crap situation and she's entering another horrid regime. These hags would offer the weary a pillow while they held the other pillow used to smother you behind their back. These are no feminists, witchy icons of female empowerment. Nay, nay. They are relics. Much like how some of the folks in the Baader-Meinhof group would argue that Berlin is a relic of the Nazi past, these hags are a relic of their former power, killing their own dancers to maintain what some sort of the fleeting power. If only there was a primordial force, a matron of all matrons, to wipe the slate clean, break down this false two-party system. They'd have my vote. I'd take any regime over this authoritarian mess. Any regime. I'd pay any price. Right? Keep that in mind. It's not as simple as Markos matrons being the bad guys and Blanc matrons being the moderate good guys. The two Blankites, Vendegost and Balfour, show the most pleasure in this scene. Balfour sinks her hook into Olga with a grin on her face. Vendegost instructs the witches to hook Olga slowly and even chuckles at a certain point. The Markosites are the more reserved, going about this in a sort of business-as-usual, doling out punishment sort of way. And frankly, with all the power that Blanc has, she could have offered her boon to Olga to spare her from this fate. It seems that the Blankites and Markosites are equally complicit. The matrons carry Olga out of the mirror room. It seems the only way to find and expose the opening to this room is through a magical striking of a pose that we see Vendegost performs. But keep this in mind. Later in the movie, we'll see this door open for one of the dancers, mysteriously, without the need of a pose. While this is all happening, we see further close-up shots of Patricia's diary as Dr. Klemperer analyzes it for clues. In this next one, we see, oh wow, I get to implement some of the knowledge from my day job into this. Okay, so these mages seem to be implementing kinesiology into their magical framework. Fitting, because dance is sort of the base of their magic. This is a diagram of the frontal plane, sagittal plane, and transverse plane in relation to these human bodies, likely striking poses to be done in a dance number. The subtext above read German, translated into English, dividing the space through the moving bodies, and beneath read, emphasizing the spheres VH/VI, or the two closer points of the middle diagram, and RB/LB, the two further points of the right diagram, for production with Olga and Sarah. So this could just be some lore featherbedding, or there could be something here. At the very least, let's keep in mind that from the beginning, the production already had significant plans for Olga and Sarah.
One thing we can extrapolate from this is because Sarah and Olga and Patricia all have key roles in what I'm assuming to be Volk, if this is a depiction of the Volk performance, then the witches targeting them puts a direct wrench in Madame Blanc's plans and artistic expression, again emphasizing that struggle between these two factions.
We see a very quick shot of a page, a diary entry noting Sarah uncharacteristically performing poorer than normal. Patricia observes that Sarah is making mistakes she wouldn't ever make. And after practice, Madame Blanc approached Patricia and says that she wanted to talk to her. Now this is interesting. We will come to see another dastardly power be wielded by Madame Blanc. Skill absorption, the power to transfer one's skill and prowess to another. In efforts to build up Patricia's skill, did she siphon some of that energy, some of that prowess from Sarah? Keep this in mind. We will see it in the flesh later in this movie. Beneath, we see a snippet of a news article. It translates, RAF lawyer Croissant becomes French national. This is referring to the RAF's retained attorney, Klaus Croissant, who at the time was being charged for associating with a terrorist group, but after being released on bail, fled to France. This is just some world building and reinforcing Patricia's affinity or interest for the Baader-Meinhof cause. On the right page, we see a ticket to a Tangerine Dream concert. There's a sketch of a map beneath it, perhaps the location of where the concert took place.
I'm particularly curious about that X, that circle with an X inside of it. It looks like the cross street it's on is Frobenstrasse and Kermachstrasse. Now, Frobenstrasse is an actual street in Germany, but I cannot find a Kermachstrasse. Actually, after realizing how short Froben Street is, I just simply looked it up on Google Maps and I found the corner. It's Karmarkische Street and Froben Street. On the corner of Karmark and Froben is something called a Notubernachtun, which is basically an overnight emergency resting area, typically used as a homeless shelter. But here's the question. That's what it is today. But was it a Notubernachtun back in 1977? I'm going to have to ask some Berlin locals for help on that. Helfen Sie mir!
The next page is tough to decode. Most of the text above the left page is obscured, but we can read normally do alone. So this is something you normally do alone. This isn't something you normally do alone. Not sure. Beneath that, we see a diagram of three people forming a structure. We will see something similar, if not identical, in the climax of the movie. We see an X with two circles within its acute angles, maybe to denote structural integrity within these two figures' perpendicularly aligned spine and tailbones. The text beneath seems nonsensical. Withdrawing / a polite greeting / something you've always wanted to say to someone, delaying departure / wanting to be protected. Odd. These themes vaguely represent the motives and causes that surround the fates of all the victims in this movie. Patricia and Olga withdrawing. A polite greeting, I'm not entirely sure. Maybe a polite greeting to Joseph Klemperer when he visits the studio. Something you've always wanted to say to someone, delaying departure. I feel like that describes something between Sarah and Susie, or perhaps Susie and Madame Blanc. Wanting to be protected. Well, Sarah sticks around to protect Susie. I'm spitballing here. Let's move on.
Delaying departure is an absolute jackpot when describing Anke Meyer's situation. I don't want to spoil it just yet, but keep that in mind. Delaying departure does play a role in that.
On the right page, I believe Patricia is keeping an account of vivid dreams she's having. Something with white paper, railway station with flying carpet, a diagram of a person striking a pose, and written, showing that you are hurt, I think. Well, what's interesting is that we see Susie with a paper at the beginning of the movie, and at a railway station, so maybe Patricia had dreams foreshadowing or forbearing the coming of Susie. There's a page with a flyer for a German rock band Birth Control. Evidently, Patricia loves her music. Dr. Klemperer turns the page. We see on the left page, again, the topmost text is obscured, but we can make out confidence, depressed, and mad, with these creepy eyes turning from black to white, or maybe two separate sets of eyes, one black, one white. We'll see this in the pre-climactic performance of the movie. Two characters, one with light eyes and one with black eyes. The bottom text reads, "In the corner next to the entrance on the right," but right is crossed out and corrected as left. Am I dreaming? Okay, so maybe Patricia is recalling a dream where she sees these eyes peering at her from a corner of her room, emitting emotions like depression and anger. Not sure though. Again, this could just be some more feather bedding, but you could draw some parallels to that later pre-climactic scene. For those of you who watched the movie, I'm referring to the scene where Sarah enters halfway through the Volk performance. On the right page, we can make out, "Woke up all in fear yesterday. A ticket to another concert, and couldn't move all day. Felt like someone had put a curse on me. Dreamt of Madame Blanc again. She was a white-haired witch, and I was her servant. Ran away." This is interesting. We see an unwillingness to cooperate in the Coven's machinations. This will be referenced by the matrons later in the movie as to why certain rituals fail. We'll also see another dream sequence that Susie will go through, or she will directly interact with Madame Blanc. On the next page, we see a mysterious photo, perhaps of a bank, but I'm not sure. On the right page, Patricia notes the news of the assassination of Jürgen Ponto, a banker. The murder was pinned on RAF member Susanna Albrecht for her connections to the Ponto family. We then see the insignia for RAF written beneath the page. Now that I think about it, I wonder if there's some sort of symbolic link to the sickle commonly associated with the agrarian motifs of communism and these hooks that the witches wield. Not sure. The next page is another diary entry. Patricia wants to go see another band, so she plans on having Sarah excuse her, since rehearsals fall on that day. She wanted to live her own life, but that alienated her from this oppressive supposed refuge, one that's supposed to respect a woman's autonomy. Beneath we see another diagram, perhaps of Patricia's understanding at the time of the political scape of the matrons. Around the center of Blanc's posse, we see Miss Mandel, Judith, Miss Tanner, and Miss Milius. Being that Miss Mandel is crossed out and written again, but in a different position, and most of these listed witches are Markosites, maybe this is a diagram of space or positioning rather than ideology. Something tells me I'm missing something big here. If you notice during certain practice scenes, the positioning of the matrons is very intentional, very geometric, so this is probably in reference to that. The next page shows an unfinished diagram on the left and a completion of the previous Blanc diagram on the right. The left diagram shows intricate geometric lines with various dancers positioned at certain points. This is likely Patricia trying to make sense of Madame Blanc's magnum opus, Volk. Now, if you notice in the upper left-hand side, there's a name written that looks a lot like Susie. I kind of got excited for a second. I thought, oh, this reveals something pretty big. There's some sort of premonition going on. But it turns out it's more likely another dancer by the name of Sadie. Now, how about the diagram on the right, labeled the inner hierarchy, Mother Markos, or perhaps inner hierarchy with a separate label of Mother Markos resting in the far margin of the page? We see Madame Blanc at the center. Around it we see from the top, working clockwise, Miss Boutaer, the tech director, Miss Tanner, the Markosite counsel of Madame Blanc, Miss Griffith, with an appropriate question mark, the mysterious, obviously shaken matron who voted for Markos. Don't forget about her, I've got a pretty interesting theory about her. Then we have Miss Milius, the taller, supermodel-esque Markosite repetitor, Miss Mandel, the shorter repetitor, Judith, which is odd, she isn't called Miss Judith here. Perhaps she's a sort of initiate matron, not old enough to be referred to as Frau or Miss Judith. We don't see much of her in the movie, to be honest. Miss Malcherie crossed out, and then Miss Malcherie in the 10 o'clock position, leaving the 9 o'clock position with nobody in it. This might be some more feather bedding, but we'll have a more complete picture in the next page. But before that, let me discuss something a little bit more interesting, something that went under my radar. We're going to have a solid enough idea, if not we already do already, of this witch's coven's political inner workings. So charting out and fully sifting through Patricia's journal might be a little bit redundant, but nonetheless, I want to bring some attention to something. If you notice, underneath Miss Griffith's position, we see scribbled out Miss Tanner. In my opinion, I think this is foreshadowing Frau Tanner's linked fate, or mirrored fate, to Miss Griffith. We've only seen Miss Griffith as this sort of silent, elusive, hiding in the corners in the upper corridors of the Tanza Group company halls, just sort of silent and scared. Tanner will end up meeting a very similar fate. I want to go back to the observation I made at the vote. Miss Griffith hesitates before voting, and it's almost pulled out of her. Not Markos, but Mother Markos. She's being compelled to show a level of deference to Mother Markos. And mind you, we're going to find out in a conversation Blanc and Tanner have later on, this Mother Markos title it's agreed that they wouldn't use this title. Not even the biggest cheerleaders of Markos use the term Mother Markos in the vote, but for some reason Miss Griffith does. And perhaps Miss Griffith represents some sort of relic of a previous regime, and Mother Markos came by and rose to power, gutting it, changing up the rules, causing it to stray from its Suspiriorum ways and more into this sort of Markos-centered selfishness. And so perhaps this old regime, this old way of doing things was gutted and destroyed, but Miss Griffith was allowed to stay as a sort of warning for what happens if you back the wrong crowd, if you don't back Mother Markos. And so keep that in mind for when Tanner ultimately suffers the same fate. We see a heavily crossed out page, but we can make out an interesting story. I believe this is another dream. Patricia recalls a female younger than her with a kid that was about 5 years old, but she held it as if it was 6 months old. She writes, "The seats were so small and crowded, especially when people in front of you pushed the button for the chairs to recline." So suddenly we have this imagery of her being in a theater or concert hall. The next part recalls Patricia sleeping all over the kid and the kid sleeping all over her. The room was hot, but a draft could be felt from the window, and it made her throat and neck ache. This is an odd dream. It seems Patricia has been given a child from this mysterious woman, and they had to share a bed to rest. Patricia seemed to have embraced this child as if it was her own, and the child embraced her as if she was its mother. But what does this theater hall imagery mean? Maybe Patricia had a spontaneous waking dream or vision while at a concert, and this vision was forbearing Mother Suspiriorum's boon. We'll see a somewhat similar but less sweet image shown when Susie receives a similar visit in her dreams.
This page on the right is just so obscured. The gist that I'm getting from it is, at this stage, Patricia can't trust the company and can't trust Madame Blanc. She mentions Miss Butaher, but it's just so hard to make out what the words are trying to say just because Klemperer's hand is covering so much of it. But we do see a snippet from an article. I believe this is from the article that we will see later in this movie on the Commissar's Bulletin. But let's just move on.
The next page is a combination of the two previous diagrams, placed atop one another. We see an elaborate positioning, with the new additions being Miss Martinchen at the 9 o'clock position of Miss Blanc, Vendegast on the far left, and Pavla on the far right. On top we see Sadie, Sonia, Doll, and Sarah, and at the bottom we see Patricia, Marketa, and obscured named, maybe Caroline, and Olga. Is this a diagram that's charting out where every dancer and matron is placed in this sort of grand scheme, or is this the positioning of Volk, where the matrons sit and stand in the audience and in the outskirts of the performance, and where the dancers stand within the performance? I'm not entirely sure.
No, I think that latter theory doesn't hold water because, after all, if you look, the dancers are on the outskirts of the diagram and the matrons are in the inside of it.
Moving on from the diary sequence, the slow-to-the-draw Dr. Klemperer finally calls the police to make a report for the missing Patricia. Well, it's only been a couple of days since he last saw her, if the timelines are linked, so I guess he's actually quite quick to the draw in this case. Sorry, I'm a bit pissed after what happened to Olga. We are back to following Susie being escorted by Vendegost to Madame Blanc's room. We hear a conversation between Frau Tanner and Blanc. Madame Blanc says that Susie couldn't have known what she was doing, that she was carrying more of the matron's intentions as expected, and because their intentions were so muddled with anger against Olga, it manifested her violent doom. But no, I don't buy it. Pavla and Alberta were clearly encircling her. One of the matrons, I believe Vendegost, lures Olga into the mirror room. Susie didn't even really get her groove on until after Olga had been blinded, confused, and lured. We will also come to find out that the still living, suffering Olga has been transported by the matrons to contribute to other dire machinations. So what? It just so happens the studio accidentally renders one of their women in their care into a mangled generator of suffering, and so they're like, whoops! But funny thing, this is the exact thing we need. Oh, when in Rome. If they found it regrettable, truly, they would have either healed her and wiped the memory from her, or, if all else failed, put her out of her misery to spare her from this mangled state. I say that for a reason, keep this in mind. Tanner, unlike the supposed moderate Blanc, doesn't care about saving face and coming off as regretful. She's more excited about Susie, calling her a natural, like Patricia, but clean. Clean, unsullied. I'll say this now, but notice in an earlier scene, Patricia recalls seeing a cute boy with a guitar. Olga is on the phone with a significant other in that dormitory tour scene. We will come to find out Susie's virginity or overall unfamiliarity with sex, along with Madame Blanc's disdain for sex, specifically sex with men. Susie's name symbolizing lily white, Frau Tanner referring to Susie as pure, unlike Patricia, unlike Olga. The way that there's no in-between, the top dancer is elevated to reverence or discarded and destroyed without second thought. It makes me think that this, perhaps once feministic coven has adopted its own twisted form of a Madonna whore complex. Madame Blanc greets Susie at the door with a sort of insult, saying something around the lines of, "Do you still need to rest, or are you always this pale?" Tanner bids them a good night. We enter in the middle of their conversation. Susie is telling Madame Blanc of the split between the Mennonites and Amish, that the Amish split from the Mennonites because of fear that they were becoming too progressive or liberal. We see this spectrum even in this day. Some Mennonites desiring to live a more analog, plain life on one side, and some Mennonites utilizing modern plumbing and even having online social media to educate people about their communities. Or Amish communities that desire to be isolated, while others are more comfortable trading services with the outside world, even using federal tender in said trades. But let's focus on this account of Susie's, a single monolith of plain living, split because of peripheral tenets and temperaments, causing a divided coven, a divided Germany, division amongst revolutionaries, and this divide between Amish and Mennonites. Keep this framework in mind. Madame Blanc inquires if she's left this religious thinking behind, and Susie rebuts, asking why any of this is relevant. Madame Blanc points out it's difficult to not be curious about her. In only 2 days, she's entered and been accepted into a prestigious school of dance, has demonstrated prowess, and potentially will be the lead in Volk. She asks, when did this journey begin? Susie states that back in the US, she would take to public transportation and hitchhiking to get to New York to visit the Martha Graham Dance Center. Out of all of these many visits, in 3 of them, she got to see Madame Blanc perform. Madame Blanc asks if she was punished for this, and Susie nods, then saying, "But I felt like I had to see you." Madame Blanc seems pleased with this. She smokes and first asks a vain question. How did it feel to dance Volk in front of its creator? She realizes how this sounds and asks the similar question, but differently. How did it feel to dance Volk? What did you feel inside of you? Susie says it felt like how she thinks it would feel to have sex. Madame Blanc presses her, in a displeased tone, like how it feels to have sex with a man. Susie says no, more like having sex like animals do. Almost relieved, Madame Blanc chuckles. Madame Blanc is covertly prying, interrogating Susie. Did she leave her religiosity behind? Was she punished often in her old situation, her old home? Is she sexually active? Sexually active with men? Perhaps these are the ingredients in which the Coven is looking for their top dancer, their own protagonist. For what reasons, we don't know just yet. They want their best of dancers to be without a belief system, running from something, and pure. Madame Blanc is about to make a comment about how Susie looked while dancing. She says, "You looked..." and then she stops herself. Perhaps she was about to compliment Susie, but then she decides to point out her shoddy jump work. She says that Carolyn, the taller of the dancers, is a highly skilled jumper and will need to teach Susie. "We'll have to build you up," she says. "We'll have to build you up." It's a very ironic phrase in a conversation where Blanc did a lot of reducing and breaking down Susie. Blanc gets up, decrying that Olga made Volk seem like such heavy lifting. She's partaking in chisme against a woman she knows is in a most vile and painful state. She rinses her hands and shakes them off, almost washing her hands of Olga. Susie quietly gasps, as if anticipating something. Her eyes are quite dark in this shot. Madame Blanc says that she's relieved Olga is gone, and she thanks Susie for her help with that, giving this sort of hexen benediction behind Susie's back. In the next scene, Susie and Sarah are chatting in the dormitory. I'll be brief. Susie expresses excitement for being the lead for Volk. Something is holding back Sarah's excitement, however. She confirms that Patricia was indeed involved in political groups, but Sarah is suspicious of her disappearance. Sarah confirms Olga and Sarah's mistrust in the matrons, but doesn't have a clue why. She then asks Susie for a favor, and Susie obliges without hesitation. They share, it's so sweet, a pinky promise. But before that favor, we have a dream sequence. The dream starts with an image of a Rubenesque woman in reserved clothing, closing her hands, almost like saying, "Let's begin our lesson." I believe this is a representation of Markos when she was in her normative elder or late adult years, and not in her ancient state. The next dream imagery fades onto the face of a sleeping Susie. It seems to be the inside of a closet. We hear moaning, and then see the rhythmic moving of clothing on hangers. In a different part of the dreamscape, we see a decrepit, abandoned-looking abode with white wooden floors and a very faint shimmering light. Keep the shimmer in mind. We then see the fields of Ohio. Mind you, the moaning is persisting in this scene. We see a dark tunnel with a small light at the end of its opposing opening. Perhaps this is a yonic symbol, or in other words, a symbol for the external female sex organs that give us a hint as to what this dream is recollecting. We see Susie's mother approach the closet in a sort of sleuthing manner. She's looking for something amiss, hunting in a way. We see an image of a mirror shattering, perhaps to symbolize the image of oneself breaking, a permanent change being made to oneself. The violent crashing may indicate a traumatic change. Susie's mother abruptly opens the closet door. We then see separate imagery of a closet opening and what looks to be a dead or motionless girl laying on top of one of the shelves. We then see Susie is caught by her mother in this closet. One of her hands rests between her legs. Jesus, that's mortifying. Susie, likely in her teenage years, is caught masturbating by her mother. A staunch and oppressive mother, I might remind you. It's already an invasive and traumatizing experience, but what happens is particularly heartbreaking. So after the imagery of Susie being caught by her mother, we see an image of a thin woman with a lock of hair covering her eyes. Suddenly, a veil appears on her and she begins screaming. Perhaps this is to symbolize a birth in reverse. We enter the world screaming and blind, covered in this membrane.
I'm going to jump the gun now and say I believe this is a representation of Mother Suspiriorum. And I'm going to jump the gun even further and say this could more likely represent Mother Suspiriorum being awakened at this traumatic moment. I'm going to leave it at that, but keep this in mind for when we analyze or give our final breakdown of Susie's power level.
I believe this character will come up again in the second dream sequence of this movie. And also, the actress who plays this character looks a lot like the actress that plays Alberta. Don't know if there's any linking there. Susie is violently pulled out of the closet by her mother. We then see an image of Madame Blanc with bright red hair, so perhaps a younger Blanc, perhaps looking very sorrowful. It's implied that Madame Blanc is the daughter of Markos, and so it's only fitting that in this dream we see two separate, highly toxic parental situations. We see a very short shot of that decrepit abode once again, and we can see the thin women covered in the veil lying on the table. It's very easy to miss. So this place with white flooring where that shimmer originates from, and where we will see this thin character have some sort of linking together. We see Susie's mother place Susie's hand on a windowsill and grabs a clothing iron. We see the iron raise, and then we see a shot of the Markos Dance Company poster. Interesting. It's an arm giving birth to another arm. We see a woman literally clutching her pearls, so this is a symbol of embarrassment or scandal. We hear Susie's mother whisper, "Susanna," and the clothing iron comes down onto Susie's hand, but the shot changes before the iron makes impact. So this confirms Susie's mother was physically abusive to her. The next shot is a small child's arm caressing the arm of Mother Markos. There is imagery of Markos and attached children in the climax of this movie, but this could also be a child Blanc tending to her mother. We hear glass break, then a shot of the dance company office. In it we see Frau Tanner, the dancer Sonia, and I believe Marketa, Frau Vendegost, Martinchen, Huller, and I believe Mauchery, behind Huller, all staring at the camera. Perhaps this is the perspective of Madame Blanc, or even Markos, addressing some of the members of the company. I thought maybe this was foreshadowing Susie's future role, but given that Frau Martinchen and Huller are here, that's not likely. We see an arm painting something in blood or red paint. I believe this might be a symbolic foreshadowing of Susie in the post-credit scene of the movie. We hear a thick German accent say, "Wir," or "here." We then see a hand caressing the head of a more decrepit Mother Markos, but she doesn't look nearly as bad as how she looks in the climax of this movie. We then see the scene of Madame Blanc placing her hand on Susie's back. Perhaps this is to tell us that this same hand that caresses Markos' head is the same hand that caresses Susie's back. We hear rhythmic breathing, then see Blanc striking poses. We then see a bruised and beaten abdomen, and we hear that same German voice saying "Fester," or maybe "Fester," meaning to tighten in German. We also hear clinking chains while this happens, so maybe this is Markos having somebody chained up. That, with the bruised abdomen imagery, I think tells us that Markos also physically abused Madame Blanc. We see the bloodied hand finish the painting. It seems to resemble the two arms in the Markos Company poster. Also, I must point out, finger painting is a euphemism for masturbation. But even if that were a coincidence, we see the linking of sexuality with violence done by parent to child, a deeply traumatizing implication. The closet with the motionless child closes. Perhaps this to signify that in this horrible experience, Susie's innocence was left in that closet. We see a quick shot of this manifestation of trauma that plays a major role in the climax of this movie, this dark shadow lich. Then an image of Blanc casting a spell downward, and the dream ends.
Now, don't change the subject. How about another meal?
Chicken mulachia. The leafy greens are called jute. Yeah, it's tough to get this one right. You need to eat it fresh, hot, with a side of cold vinegar and chopped onions. Throw that on top of the mulachia and on top of some rice. Oh man. But like the nunuk soup, those were leftovers, and honestly, if heated up even then, it's just not the same. You need to eat it fresh.
Detective viewer, for a Russian, you seem to know a lot about Lebanese Armenian cuisine. I'm noticing a pattern here, are you not? Each of these dishes have something in common.
They're all cold?
No. You ever think about how your grandparents were?
What?
How, if they could live the life you're living right now, they would be more grateful for this life than you are. Utilize it better than you do.
Jesus, dude. I mean, Yeah, sometimes I lament that there's skills, disciplines, practical stuff that I'm missing that my grandparents had. Stuff like asking for a raise or negotiating better pay, real go-getter kind of stuff that just got lost on me and my generation.
There's this angst that one feels.
Like I think about my grandfather, for example. The guy almost got killed in the Civil War, and he came to the US, worked for a bank, saved up money, and built a life not only for himself, but his family as well. And so some days, when I'm feeling burnt out, I feel like I'm somehow failing as a grandson, when I choose to rest instead of work. And so I just keep on working.
There was a civil war in Russia?
What? Well, that's what I remember. Stories about a civil war.
This idea of your grandfather is just a fabrication. It could be any form judging you harshly, but your brain decided to have this judging gaze come from this nebulous concept of ancestral legacy. What are you doing?
I'm aware that this is a dream now, so I can go anywhere I want and do anything I want.
You want to explore the blue medical office building, don't you?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Give it a try.
Susie was abused by her mother. We see that child lying on one of the shelves of a closet, the door closing on her. And mind you, that door on that closet door has a mirror on it. And immediately after, we see a mirror shattering, this image of the self shattering. I think what that tells us is that at this moment, the moment that she was abused, physically punished by her mother, Susie was no longer Susie, and thus began her transformation, the forebearing of what's to come. There's a reason why we see that creepy lich creature in this dream sequence. This is a personification of the pain and abuse and trauma that Susie has gone through. And it's only fitting that the possible, and this is really just speculative, but the possible abuse and trauma that Madame Blanc went through are merging in this dream. This angst, this pain, this strangeness that's hard to put words to will fully manifest in the climax of this movie. This isn't the first time. I always mess that up. This isn't the last time we're going to be seeing that creepy lich monster. It's morning. We enter Act 3, titled Borrowing. A detective Albrecht and Glockner are visiting the Tanza Group, a studio, to inquire about the missing Patricia, based off of Dr. Klemperer's tip. Frau Vendegas greets them and invites them in. She dodges their inquiries about a Markos, and when asked about Madame Blanc, she deceives them, stating that I am she is Blanc. I believe this conversation is the first time we hear Patricia's last name, Hingel. This is interesting. I want to point this out. Not really much we can add to this whiteboard, but I do want to point this out. Based on Patricia's last name, Hingel, and her fluency in German, I can't help but wonder if she's a German national. There's a scene later on in this movie where Patricia does have dialogue, and Chloe Grace Moretz doesn't give a German accent, so maybe this is a bit of a stretch, but let's stretch for a moment after all. We are dancing, aren't we? We need to stretch. Let's say Patricia is German, so we have Patricia, a German, Olga, a Russian. We have Sarah Sims, she's British. Mia Goth is British. She has a British accent. And then, straight from Ohio, Susie Bannion, America. We have a sort of World War II world powers going on here. I'm sure that plays a role symbolically. There's something there, but I have a feeling we don't really are going to explore that in this video. But I wanted to mention it in case you wanted to have a launching point of your own. But nonetheless, keep this idea of Susie being a sort of symbol for American imperialism in mind. That's kind of, out of all the things I've said on this channel, that's probably not nearly the weirdest thing I've said. It's like red, white, and blue, too. Hold on. Red. Okay, yeah. Red in the hair, white in the pale skin, banyan, ban, meaning white, and then the blue eyes. That's red, white, and blue, baby. She ain't French.
If there is significance in the blue eyes being a part of some sort of flag symbology, red, white, and blue, I'm going to jump the gun here in a little bit and tell you there is a part where Susie goes from having blue eyes to black eyes. So she still has her pale skin and the red hair, so it's now red, white, and black. I don't want to jump the gun too hard here just yet, but keep that in mind.
Frau Vendegost leads them into the studio. We see Frau Tanner standing vigilantly, wishing them a guten Morgen. The scene draws out, and we see Frau Alberta following distally. These commissars are being encircled by these witches. Now this is the first stealth mission of this movie. Susie and Sarah sneak their way into the office, which is distressing because that's the direction the matrons led the detectives. But alas, the office is empty. They rifle through the office. Sarah struggles with the lock, so Susie rolls an unnatural D20, masterfully picking this cabinet lock. Now this is odd. The lily-white fish out of water has a few uncharacteristic tricks up her sleeve, but maybe she's a natural thief. We later see her discreetly swipe lipstick from the drawer while Sarah isn't looking. Not sure if the lipstick ever becomes relevant. But first, they search the records, and they can't seem to find both Patricia and Olga's file. The matrons must have destroyed or hid any record of these women ever being there. Sarah reveals that all she needs is a number to contact Patricia's family and find out whether or not Patricia is still in Berlin. While Sarah searches, Susie swipes that lipstick, then hears nearby chuckling coming from the closed door. Maybe Sarah is too distracted to notice, but you'd think that her senses would be heightened from the adrenaline of not wanting to be caught. No, it seems that Susie exclusively is hearing and sensing this noise. Keep this in mind. She investigates the laughter to find that it's coming from Frau Tanner, Vendegost, and Haller. They've enchanted the detectives, rendering them still but alive, not aware of what's going on, almost catatonic. We see Vendegost tickling Commissar Albrecht's stiffly outstretched hands with the same hook they used to pierce and carry Olga. Frau Haller plays with Commissar Glockner's glasses and gun. The camera pans down and we see... Well, that's not okay. Frau Tanner prods at the Commissar's nether region, while Vendegost caresses his head. So these witches are no longer in the realm of self-preservation, but are actively using their magic to molest these two innocent people. This behavior is a different kind of low compared to their other atrocities, so I'm not sure if I'm surprised or not. But I'm particularly curious about Susie's reaction. Her expression goes from watchful to amused, and then somewhat fearful. She then makes her escape. Sarah and her decide to leave after Susie says she didn't find anything of note. She then chuckles to herself while Sarah has her back turned to her. I think she's ultimately amused to find out that these matrons are indeed witches, more distracted by the implications of the existence of magic, and not realizing or dwelling on how screwed up that situation was. Susie is ambitious, and it may be a distraction of sorts to her, but she does ultimately have a moral code. I'd hate to think that she approves of these matrons sexually assaulting these people. Anyways, that all being said, now this would be the first canonical instance in which Susie witnesses magic in the flesh, but could it be that Susie was already aware of this magic? Perhaps she sensed something in the many Volk documentaries she's seen and the few times she's seen Volk performed in person? That look she gives in that mirror gaze scene, is that sort of almost she's sensing something, and that smile, that giggle that she makes after witnessing Glockner and Albrecht get enchanted and prodded, molested, that face, that giggle that she makes, is it like, yes, I knew it, I knew magic existed? I'd only hope so, because I like Susie, and I'd hate that she'd find that horridness funny. Oh well. Witches. The next day at practice, Madame Blanc announces a new piece she's been working on called Wieder öffnen, or Open Again, a piece about rebirth, the inevitable pulls that they exert, and our efforts to escape them. Ooh, keep that in mind. Madame Blanc says that the dancers will learn it. Madame Blanc says that the dancers will learn it, but Susie will improvise freely at its heart, in the middle, saying that she's interested in Susie's instincts. With no music, Frau Mendel leads the counting, but just before we see Susie scratching at the floor. The count starts, and I want to point out there's no instruction. They're jumping right into it. Sure, Susie can improvise, but the other dancers haven't learned anything yet. It's strange. Maybe it's for the sake of brevity, or maybe the matrons are mystically but subtly possessing or imbuing the other dancers with the movements and instructions. Susie stays on the floor, dancing in a very sensual manner. Remember how she said to dance folk felt like what she thought it felt like to have sex? Well, we see this come forth even stronger in Wieder öffnen. Frau Tanner peers diabolically over Susie, then suspiciously side-eyes Madame Blanc, as if waiting to see if she'll notice what's happening. Madame Blanc is attentive, but doesn't see anything amiss just yet. Susie's scapulas, or shoulder blades, lift up, which looks creepy to most, but it's indicative of flexible and healthy rotator cuffs. No, but it is interesting. There's this sort of lycanthropic transformation happening. There is the sensual aspect, but there is an animalistic aspect as well to her movements. We see a shot of what we'll come to discover is beneath the floors. We see a grotesque, waterlogged looking hand with gross long nails rise up and press beneath the floor, and we then see Susie get pulled mysteriously to the floor, but she's not distressed, almost going along with it. Now that she knows the magic that courses through these halls, she's now more of a participant than even the witches are aware. We will shortly get confirmation that this hand that's pulling Susie down through the floor belongs to Mother Markos. Madame Blanc immediately identifies what's going on, and despite not emoting overtly, you can just feel the smoldering anger coming off of Blanc towards Frau Tanner. In this next scene, we are back in the matron's dormitory. Madame Blanc and Frau Tanner are reading the paper. Madame Blanc reprimands Frau Tanner, telling her that she should have told her that Markos was going to be there. Tanner replies that Mother Markos wanted to feel Susie for herself. Blanc bites back. How? So you put her in a storage closet underneath the floors? Helena Markos? Mother wanted it, Tanner says. Disappointed, Blanc reminds her that they decided to stop using that title, that if Markos really was one of the mothers, Tenebrarum, Lacrimorum, or Suspiriorum, that they wouldn't be in this situation. Tanner criticizes Blanc for not telling Markos about Susie in the first place, and now Mother wants her. It seems Blanc had been hiding the prowess of Susie from Markos, and for good reason. She says, "Are we really going to waste another girl so quickly?" Tanner reminds her, everybody voted, and they chose not to follow Blanc's light. Markos wants her. End of story. And on the bright side, Tanner says, Markos will live because of it. So we have confirmation that the hand pressing up against Susie while she was dancing belonged to Mother Markos. And perhaps the grotesque nature of this hand isn't some sort of witchy design. Perhaps it's evidence of Markos's degrading health, something that will get confirmed. And so at this point, it doesn't take much of a stretch to think that perhaps Susie is being propped up for some sort of ritual or consumption. Her energy, her youth, to be used and utilized to maintain Markos's health, perhaps even reverse its degradation. The nature of said sacrifice isn't known yet, but all we know is that Susie is in danger. You may notice at this point that Frau Balfour has been eavesdropping from the sewing machine. Blanc says she doesn't want to rush the process. Perhaps she wants to buy time, in hopes that Markos will perish by the time Susie is ready for whatever machinations Markos has planned. Annoyed, Blanc addresses Balfour, likely to have her stop being so nosy. If you notice, Frau Balfour is fabricating these red ropey garbs that will be used in the Volk performance later in this movie. In an interesting mirror, we see the kindred dancers in the next scene. Susie is curious if Sarah ever feels something down there when she's dancing, like there was something inside of her. Sarah is confused at first, but realizes that Patricia used to say the same thing. And that's right, Patricia did mention that Mother Markos wanted to get inside of her. This was at the beginning of the movie when she was distressed, talking to Dr. Klemperer. Susie and Sarah wrap up and get ready for a night on the town with their fellow dancers. This is distressing to say the least. Markos is trying to enter Susie. The sensual gasping, the sort of light eroticism to Susie's dancing is sort of front-loaded. Markos is entering Susie through her nether regions, through what would be symbolized by some as her womanhood. Markos is mystically and physically assaulting Susie. We'll come to find out that the ends to this assault is more to render Susie as powerless for the sake of vesselhood, for the sake of consumption, rather than just sexual indulgence on Markos's part. Keep that in mind, however. Trauma, abuse, the way that the parent, the guardian, hurts the child that it's supposed to be guarding, and that trauma and abuse sort of entering that child, entering that victim. So even after the parent passes on, some little bit of them rests within them, perhaps to keep cycles repeating, keep regimes propping up and propping back down, or tumbling down. We go over this in Who's Lila, so sorry if this sounds repetitive.
There are 3 scenes in this movie in which characters sing in German, and sadly the Amazon subtitles don't translate them. This is one of such cases. Frau Wendegast is singing a German nursery rhyme. She specifically sings Hanschen klein ging allein in die Weitwelt hinein. Little Hans went out into the world alone. This is a nursery rhyme, an innocent nursery rhyme about a boy named Hans, a little boy that goes out into the world, absconds from his family in a friendly manner. He flees the nest. And the world hardens him. It tans his skin, it makes him stronger, he grows taller in age, and when he comes back, his sister hardly recognizes him, but his mom, however, despite him looking nothing like he did before, recognizes him. This nursery rhyme combines 2 themes, the motherly bond and how the world hardens a person as they grow up.
Susie's and the dancers are in the midst of their outing, but it seems that Susie is preoccupied with something, almost searching. It seems that what she was looking for was the matrons, because out of a strange coincidence, the dancers stumble upon the matrons on their own outing. The witches are having an external conversation, but we are hearing their telepathic internal conversation. Blanc starts by requesting for there to be a witness for what they have planned for Susie, to keep the tradition of the old ways. This extra needed ingredient would theoretically buy Blanc time, but it could just be a part of her Hexen political temperament, a desire for an idealized witched tradition. Frau Caplet suggests perhaps one of the police should be the witness. Wendegast suggests perhaps one of the dancers, or as she says, one of the young things at the window. Frau Haller suggests the one who sent the police in the first place, Dr. Klemperer. Not only does this Hexen Reich know about Dr. Klemperer's behind-the-scenes efforts, they also seem to know some personal things about his life, things that only he and perhaps his helper, Frau Sesam, would know about him. Keep that in mind for a bit of a far-fetched theory of mine that we'll get into later in this movie. It could just be that they were able to gain intel about Dr. Klemperer through those depictions of eyes in that first scene where Patricia enters his office. Or, simply put, magic. Tanner agrees with Muller and points out that it would be unwise to have one of the dancers be the witness, for being a witness typically leaves the mind broken. Madame Blanc agrees as well, and points out that it's good that Susie is seeing the matrons all gregarious and merry like this, that they are still part of this world. Frau Wendegast shrewdly points out that she may know more than she's letting on. Tanner concurs that Susie senses a lot, that her eyes shine with it. We get a big reveal when Madame Blanc says, "I see it every night, when we send her our dreams." So those vivid and strange dreams Susie has been experiencing are communications from the matrons. Let's go ahead and add dream weaving as a power that these witches are able to wield in our final appraisal of this coven's power level. Later that night, we see Madame Blanc sleeping in an upright position and Susie stirring in her sleep. We are entering another dream sequence. We see a bit of what looks like bloody vomit on a concrete floor with a distinct crack in the concrete. Kind of looks like chorizo. We see a naked woman in a buckled shoes standing over a silhouette on a white floor. I believe this lady in the buckled shoes is the same lady we see with that membrane and the hair on her eyes in that first dream sequence. The next piece of imagery is a pale hand with a pair of undergarments out of grasp and a wriggling worm, perhaps a grotesque depiction of sex. Susie continues to stir and Madame Blanc remains focused. The thin naked woman gestures to the floor to show us the dark silhouette, perhaps showing us what has been done to her. We see a scarred arm, likely from self-harm, raised into the shot. We then see what looks to be Susie beneath the threshold of a room, as the same glimmer from the previous dream lingers. This sight distresses Madame Blanc. Is the glimmer a representation of Markos? Not sure. We see it in the first dream, and we understood that it was only the day before that Markos was aware of Susie. Don't worry, we'll have a better idea of what this shimmer could be soon enough. After another shot of the scarred arm, the camera zooms in on a heart outside of its body. It looks large. It might be an animal's heart. We see a sweaty naked woman, different from the one in the white room, holding a metal hook between her legs. And then we see the scarred arm once more, only to get cut into. We see the shimmer lying on top of the sleeping Susie as she gasps. We see a short shot of horses in Ohio, Susie's former home. Then the shot of the mysterious girl in the room, perhaps Susie floating within the threshold of that room. But with the glimmer nowhere to be seen in this shot, I surmise it's made its way inside this girl. I have a suspicion that this is a flashback to a previous dancer, even before Patricia, that the matrons allude to. Not sure. A distant canned laughter or screaming is cut short with an abrupt shot, the establishing shot in the beginning of the movie of Susie's home in Ohio. We see what I believe to be Susie's chin. If this next shot is of the same person, then we see Susie or somebody rubbing entrails all over her chest. Bit of a foreshadowing to the climax of this movie. We see a quick shot of Susie in bed gasping, evidently in an aroused manner, with that shimmer still atop her. But if you notice, she has some sort of odd garb covering her eyes and scalp. Kind of reminiscent of that skinny woman in the first dream sequence, seen in the same room as the shimmer. Madame Blanc seems to wake up, either from her dream or within her dream. Not sure. We see what I believe to be Carolyn, the tall, slender dancer, hanging forward with her arms and hair dangling. We hear Sarah ask, "Is it true?" A foreshadowing to a confrontation between Susie and Sarah. We see blood come out of Carolyn's mouth. A quick shot of the sweaty naked woman again, and a couple of shots of the naked woman with the hook. We see a very interesting shot of a well-dressed woman holding her hands atop one another. We see the bottom hand is pale and plump, like that of Mother Markos, perhaps before her outward degeneration, and the top hand is wearing a sort of hand-shaped finger puppet. Well, that's just a glove. Well, you know what I mean. You can see that this woman's hands are olive-toned and slender, so that bottom hand isn't hers, and the tiny hand hangs off to the side from where the pinky is, a representation of the shot of the child's arm coming out of the woman in the first dream sequence. Now keep that in mind. I still hold true to the belief that this is a depiction of Markos. We hear some distant screaming. Madame Blanc looks to her right, and we see a shot of Susie laying prostrate on the wooden dance floor, scratching her nails into it, perhaps embracing or facing Markos through it. We get a close-up shot of Susie, then one of Carolyn with a bloody face. We see Madame Blanc in the middle of an ornate floor, looking deeply distressed. We see a quick foreshadowing shot of Sarah and Susie in front of a reflective copper-colored wall. Then a shot of a woman wearing a strange mask, with its mouth agape. When suddenly her eyes open, we hear a strange sound and screaming. We don't know who is screaming, but I believe it to sound a lot like Sarah. You'll see what I mean. Madame Blanc starts dancing, perhaps trying to end the dream and combats Markos, or whatever the shimmer is, off of Susie. We see a ball of hair in the toilet, then a ball of hair in the mouth of Detective Glockner. Perhaps he's representing the witness of the coming ritual. Madame Blanc flinches. We see a hook raise in the mirror room, likely from the scene when Olga is discarded. After a shot of 3 coats hanging, perhaps a representation of Patricia, Olga, and another future victim, this shot is outside of the dream. We see a shot of Sarah. She's chilling in her room, but she senses something is off. The shimmer seems to be leaving Susie. We see a quick shot of who I believe to be Sarah wearing a red ropey garb from the upcoming Volk performance, screaming. Madame Blanc leaps and slams her hand down. A black mask with dirt and worms atop it. I've come to find out, though, that mask might be just a reference to the Argento films. Don't know when or where, it's just that's what I've read online. In between shots of Blanc's dancing, we see Susie's mother. Perhaps the black mask is the digging up of memories of Susie's overbearing mother. We hear her wheezing. We hear Sarah ask, "Is it true?" again, but this time with the actual scene she says it. She's standing between those reflective copper walls. We see a child Susie, shots of Blanc dancing, a dancer, perhaps Susie, naked, doing that shoulder blade move, foreshadowing Susie's transformation. A shot of Sarah watching Susie with tears streaming down her face. And with an abrupt movement, it seems Blanc has summoned Susie into her dream. They synchronize their moves, covering each other's mouths, and the shimmer leaves the room. We see a very quick shot of a dancer wearing the Volk garb with a broken leg, another bit of foreshadowing. And with a final shot of the black mask, Susie wakes up and screams, "I know who I am."
Was that the
Black Knight.
son of a bitch? That was my favorite place to explore.
The quiet, isolated, sprawling medical office building. It seems nowhere you go now is safe from the watchful eye of the Black Knight. Back to what I wanted to ask you about. Have you ever faced a doppelganger in your dreams?
Like what, my shadow? No. Weirdly enough, the rebuking archetype I tend to come across in my dreams takes the form of my parents. Culturally, occupations like the medical field and business are considered high value. When my parents found out that I wanted to become a detective, they were disappointed. Over time, they matured on the issue. They were proud that I found something that I was good at, something I enjoyed.
And yet some form of them still rebuke you in your dreams. Being made to feel like a disappointment is something a lot of people go through in their youth, and sadly it forms a great deal of our insecurities. It's this never-relenting gaze that haunts us.
But that's the thing, when I wake up it only... What's this? Oh, lula kebab. Ah man, this stuff is the best. Dip it in some hummus, have some basmati rice or pilaf on the side. Shit, as a kid, I wrap this up in pita bread and dip it in ketchup.
As a kid?
Now wait a second.
You ate a lot of Middle Eastern food as a kid, Detective Viewer.
Now this red is going to symbolize the shimmer. I know who I am. She knows who she is. A question we'll be asking at the end of this video is, how much did Susie Bannion know about the Markos company beforehand, and for how long did she know this? There are points early on in the story that hint to her being more privy than she lets on, but this would be the latest moment in this movie in which she understands her place in this studio's story. So keep this in mind for our final appraisal of Susie Bannion's power level. Sarah tends to Susie, revealing that she too would have dreams of hairballs and toilets for weeks before she could get a good night's sleep. Carolyn calls it the Markos company special before her and another dancer go back to bed. Sarah keeps Susie company for the night. Susie reveals that she's only ever shared a bed with her sister, and Sarah responds, "We're sisters now," which is very sweet. We enter the next act, titled Taking. The passenger plane hijacking is still in progress. From my understanding of the news report we hear, the hijacker is holding the plane's passengers hostage for the release of 4 Meinhof operatives and safe passage to Mogadishu. It is also revealed that the hijacker had killed the pilot, Jürgen Schumann. This hijacking actually did take place, and Jürgen Schumann was a real person who now rests in eternity because of these events. If you're curious, you can find more information on this tragic event by searching online for Lufthansa Flight 181. Although the pilot tragically fell, the other hijackers were thwarted before killing anybody else. Dr. Klemperer is following up with Commissars Glockner and Albrecht. The doctor doesn't have to wait long, but in his brief wait he identifies a bulletin. One flyer shows a picture of Patricia. The subtitle says, "Terror suspect, do you know this woman's name?" But the flyer more closely reads, "Who knows the pictured person?" There's a flyer with pictures of the Stammheim prisoners and the article, "Mord beginnt beim bösen Wort," translated to, "Murder begins with an evil word." This is a real article published in 1977 about Meinhof gang sympathizers and the consequences of helping them, cautioning those who would show acts of kindness towards revolutionaries who would take that kindness and murder their fellow man. But that's my translation from the original German, powered by Google, so I'm not sure if some nuances were lost in translation. The commissars that were bewitched seemed to be in good health. Luckily, they weren't killed after being unknowingly assaulted. They claimed they didn't find anything, but Klemperer informs them that these are professional performers. They must have used the art of illusion and misdirection, but Albrecht bites back, saying it's not Joseph's place to make that assessment. The chattering of the typewriter and nearby imagery of various recent events seem to put the Doctor on edge. He asks him about Markos, if they met her, that Patricia claims that she is some sort of leader of a coven. The woman on the typewriter sides-eyed Dr. Klemperer, and the two share a look. The commissars callously ask if Dr. Klemperer believes in witches. The woman on the typewriter looks at him again. He says no, but people organize, commit crimes, and they can call it magic. That he finds believable. The commissars ask if he's aware of the kind of week they've been having, and send him on his way. Before leaving, Dr. Klemperer shares a couple more words with Detective Glockner, saying that they've met before. We hear a very slight sound of wind, and the commissar scratching his groin. The witches are listening, using their violation of him as a means of making him a sort of walking, talking beacon. The Doctor reminds him that the commissar assisted him in the efforts of finding Dr. Klemperer's wife, Anke Meyer, in 1943, 2 years before the Russian charge. Because of Glockner's help, Klemperer was able to cross off Poland as one of her possible locations. He bids Commissar Glockner his thanks and leaves. Okay, there's a part in this movie in which the witches reveal that they know quite a bit about Anke Meyer, and one might wonder how they got that information. Now, you could simply chalk it up to magic. But I think this scene, the scene where Dr. Joseph Klemperer thanks Commissar Glockner for helping him, at least in the effort to find his wife, that is the moment in which the Coven gets this intel. It might sound strange that I'm essentially extrapolating this from the commissar scratching his balls, but I mean, there's plenty of themes in this where magic and diabolical coven stuff enters in through the body, through its various orifices and the privates and whatnot. They took this poor man's phallus and turned it into a listening device. I mean, it was already vile to begin with, but this makes it even more vile. The next scene is at practice for the upcoming Volk performance. Sarah is having a good time, donning a playful face, even sneaking a kiss on her kindred's cheek. It's so sweet. And although Susie smiles for a half second, she remains vigilant and focused. They take a break for Susie to practice her jumps, but she's just not getting it. Madame Blanc critiques her for finding so much safety on the ground, but Susie argues that at this moment she prefers to be on the ground. Madame Blanc bites back, saying she's mistaking physical weakness for artistic preference. Then mocking her, or are you just tired? She grabs Caroline to demonstrate her jumping, giving Susie an idea of where Madame Blanc wants her to be. Caroline performs masterfully. Frau Huller seems impressed, and we see Frau Milius, Tanner, and Caplet in the distance watching as well. Susie gives it another go. We see the matrons watching anticipation. Frau Huller, a Markosite, is anticipating each jump, silently coaxing Susie to meet the grade, probably to make her ready for her sacrifice to Markos. But alas, she doesn't, and Huller scoffs. The rest of the matrons move on. Susie argues that the jumps oppose the structure of the dance. She demonstrates with floor work, getting close to the ground and going back into that familiar, animalistic and sensual freestyle. We see her erotically gasp and almost kiss the ground. Perhaps she's allured by the power she senses beneath her, the power that Markos holds. Her argument ultimately boils down to this. Since the structure of the dance is built on gravity, it's best for the dancers to stay close to the ground, channeling through their floor work, and slowly build up that momentum so that they could go into the jumps later in the dance, making the contrast all the more emphatic. Obviously, she's catching on to the mystical unseen works of Volk and is in a way critiquing Madame Blanc's magnum opus. Madame Blanc doesn't relent, however. She reprimands Susie by reminding her of the history of this dance studio 40 years ago, that she should respect the traditions and order of this structure. If you notice, the camera encircles Susie. She looks like a child being scolded. Madame Blanc gives her final verdict. We need you up in the air. Madame Blanc gazes at Caroline. Caroline gasps, giving up her innate power to Madame Blanc, and Madame Blanc uses that same gaze to bestow that stolen power unto Susie. After wrapping up, we see Caroline collapse, foaming at the mouth. She doesn't die, thankfully, but when she comes back to, she embraces Madame Blanc, sobbing. How twisted! She seeks respite in the arms of the woman who stole her gift. We then see Caroline resting, while Vendegas tends to her. Dr. Klemperer introduces himself to Sarah outside the studio and invites her to talk Patricia's disappearance over some strudel and coffee. At the restaurant, we hear on the radio that the hostage situation has escalated, but the government said that the Stammheim prisoners were in the process of release, extending the hostage deadline past midnight. We'll come to find out that the government had no intentions of releasing the prisoners, that this was a ruse for the rescue of the hostages. We enter in the middle of Sarah and Dr. Klemperer's conversation. Sarah is confused. Is Dr. Klemperer trying to somehow link the private political motivations of Patricia to the dance studio? Sarah had an inkling of Patricia's leanings, but she doesn't see how it could relate to the Markos company. Dr. Klemperer recalls Patricia describing a revolutionary organization in crisis of leadership, the crisis in the studio's case being Markos' illness. Sarah doesn't know what the doctor is on about. She lives there. She has friends there. She hasn't seen any evidence of any of this taking place. Dr. Klemperer refers to Patricia's diary, Mother Markos, Mother Meinhof, the dance rehearsals, political action. These two areas in Patricia's life were of equal importance. Dr. Klemperer, I've watched this. That was actually a very good impression. That's how many times I've watched this movie. Dr. Klemperer says, this is how transference happens, how delusion is made. Delusion, Sarah, is a lie that tells the truth. Very, very key. Keep this in mind. A delusion is a lie that tells the truth. Seems like our Dr. Klemperer should look in the mirror. But I'm jumping the gun here. So, Dr. Klemperer considers Patricia's distress, her panic, this mythology she's created, as coming from a delusion fueled by or as a result of something called transference. Transference in psychology, simply put, is when we take a past situation that we've gone through and superimpose it onto a different situation. We take our feelings with one situation, let's say a relationship, and copy and paste it onto the next relationship. For example, seeing aspects of your parents in your significant other, or transferring to a new school or neighborhood and perhaps feeling the same alienation that you felt at your previous home or previous school. But we know that Patricia's suspicions and panic and all that stuff is true. It's coming from a valid place. There is a power struggle at the Markos company. They are hexens, they are witches, and she and potentially all the dancers are in danger because of these facts. Maybe in other situations in our world where this kind of magic doesn't exist, Dr. Klemperer's assessment would be a bit more valid. But it just so happens in this world, it isn't. And this is why I believe that him thinking that this is all transference, all of its delusion, is one of the first front-loaded delusions of the doctor himself in this movie. A lie telling the truth. Sarah is confused at the mention of witches in this diary, and Dr. Klemperer explains it away by saying that these are fantasies, likely to generate some level of intrigue in Patricia's life, similar to ways we all tend to try and make our lives seem more interesting to ourselves to make sense of our internal predicaments. But Sarah doesn't buy it. The company is a family. There's a lot of love there. Dr. Klemperer states that love and manipulation share the same roof often, making common bedfellows. It seems Sarah is retreating, holding back some red flags that maybe she has noticed in her time with the company. Dr. Klemperer depressurizes the situation by inviting her to eat. But the silence doesn't last long. He cagily looks around, then he suggests that the police must have missed something. He mentions hidden areas that Patricia referred to before. Sarah seems to have had enough. She leaves some money for the bill and heads off. This won't be the last the doctor and dancer have a discussion, but it seems that the doctor struck a nerve, setting back his investigation. Let me go ahead at this point in the movie update some of this information too. I'll be breaking down and appraising Klemperer's character by his delusions and his failures. Of his failures are Anke, Patricia, and Sarah, soon to be Sarah. At this point, he's talking to Sarah. He hasn't necessarily convinced her yet. He kind of overplayed his hand a little bit, causing her to flee from him, setting back his investigation. Patricia, we don't know her fate just yet, but she is attempted to flee from this coven, but the doctor didn't believe her story, calling it a delusion. And then, of course, we have Anke, his first failure, his first a failure and source of his many delusions that we will come to learn of, his missing wife. She had gone missing after the invasion of Berlin. I believe it was the Nazi occupation of Berlin, if I'm not mistaken. And that plays a key role, not just to the details of her disappearance, which that's already foreboding, knowing the lengths of World War II, but specifically there's a detail, there's something we're missing that we won't get revealed until the very end of the movie, that is just so key in her story. And you just sit tight. We already know he's hyperlogical, but also very skittish as well. In many key scenes, we can see him looking around. And while perhaps a psychoanalyst would say, oh, your paranoia is a delusion, it's not exactly delusional because he is being surveyed by this coven. And so far, the only delusion we really have is he considers Patricia's distress as coming from delusion formed by transference. That night, Sarah notices Susie isn't in her room. One of the dancers suggests maybe she's out on a date. But this next scene reveals that she's having a secret date of sorts. A one-to-one with Madame Blanc in that hidden audition room. The one where Olga was brutalized. Madame Blanc explains that the utility of the mirror room is that it allows you to analyze movement at the different angles. The single angle of your gaze is not enough. Movement isn't silent but energetic shapes, like poems or prayers. Madame Blanc and Susie stare at one another. Susie suggests, like spells, teasing to her mentor that she may know more than she lets on, or implying that she's willing to play ball. Madame Blanc explains that in each jump, it's not the height that matters, but the space created. That each jump should be like a coup de foudre. Noticing that Susie doesn't speak French, she clarifies, a bolt of lightning, or a bolt of love. Susie is in awe. She says, that's beautiful. But Madame Blanc reminds her that of all things dance can be, it can never be beautiful or cheerful. In addition to Susie needing to learn to jump, she will also need to learn French. So at this point, she begins learning French. Mind you, up until this point, was that French? No French. No French whatsoever. Madame Blanc says, you need to start learning French. Keep this in mind. As that increases, her jumping skill increases. And in a weird way, as her dance increases, her French increases as well. These things go hand in hand. So keep this in mind. Trust me, I'm going to clarify this in a strange observation I'm going to make very shortly. The rest of the matrons are discussing the Markos situation at the dinner table. Frau Tanner helps the matrons cope, assuring them that Madame Blanc is working on the new approach, and reminding them that they couldn't have possibly known what would happen to Patricia, that this ritual hasn't been attempted in living memory. Frau Caplet rebuts, saying, how could we know that this approach is even going to work? It killed that other girl. Now, I'll say this now, Patricia isn't dead. She hasn't been killed. So I wonder if the girl that Kaplan is talking about predates the machinations with Patricia. Caplet laments, it may kill any girl we try. Frau Tanner explains that it was likely that Patricia's failure was due to her unwillingness, that they shouldn't force it. And being that Susie is so willing, Frau Tanner may be right in her twisted optimism. Frau Tanner derides Patricia, saying that she didn't want to be a vessel, accept their power, and instead wanted to blow up department stores instead, calling her a Dummkopf, a fool. Again, if this is your first time watching, it would seem that Patricia has absconded, fled by the way Frau Tanner is talking about her. But we'll come to find out she's suffering a similar fate to Olga. Frau Tanner is insulting a girl that her coven has captured and victimized. Keep this talk of vesselhood in mind, because shortly, Madame Blanc will explain in the mirror room the nature of dancing another person's dance to Susie. That you become in the image of its creator and must empty yourself so that her work can live within you. She's referring to the dance Volk, her being the creator. Think about it for a second. With Blanc's initial vain question to Susie when first touching base with her, and this you dance in the image of its creator idea, we see this sort of God complex emerge from within Madame Blanc. She's asking Susie to empty herself to make room for Blanc's work. Madame Blanc asks Susie what she wants to be for the company. The head, the spine, the sex? Susie responds, the hands. She grabs Madame Blanc's hands and says, I want to be the hands. While Susie is practicing her jumps, we hear Madame Blanc shout at her to go higher, raising her palm up, almost casting a spell to further imbue her. We also see Miss Griffith stare downward, as if she's seeing through the floors and walls and witnessing Susie's prowess take shape. At the climax of the series of jumps, Susie leaps as high as Carolyn, then looks at Madame Blanc and says, "Sometimes I only need to be told twice. I heard you the first time, Madame Blanc." We see a shot of Sarah dozing off. Perhaps she's staying up to make sure Susie got home safe. The matrons continue mauling. Frau Huller despairs about who else might know about the Coven. If Patricia told the doctor, she might have told somebody from the RAF. Frau Marks despairs over how decrepit Markos has gotten, that she looks like she has an illness upon illness, that Markos's body is like a prison. This incessant Hexen clucking is cut short by Miss Griffith stabbing herself in the neck with a knife. While I won't lie, after what these brujas did to Olga and Carolyn, what we will come to find out they did to Patricia, and what they will do to another poor dancer, hearing these hags shriek was, I'm ashamed to say, cathartic. And I mean, Miss Griffith was not a very active participant in all of this. Part of me wonders if she was a mole of sorts, identifying the power of Susie, either releasing herself from her body to help to escape the consequences of Susie's reign. It wouldn't feel right to celebrate her death, even if she is a witch. Oh, who am I kidding? No, but in all seriousness,
we see Sarah wake up
and count her steps toward the hidden mirror room, then into a room we haven't seen yet, a reliquary of sorts. The door she enters to find the reliquary is the same magical hidden door the matrons used to hide Olga. We saw Vendaga strike a pose, cast magic to open it, but it mysteriously opens for Sarah. Is Miss Griffith guiding Sarah, waking her up, giving her this knowledge and imbued magic to uncover the truth? Miss Griffith's death also serves as a distraction. While the witches are panicking, Sarah can investigate without them noticing her presence. If this is the case, Miss Griffith is more active in trying to expose this coven, right the wrongs, and preserve the life of Sarah and the rest of the dancers. More so than any of the other matrons, including Blanc. In the reliquary, Sarah sees a painting of a young Madame Blanc sitting next to Markos. The framing is covered in wet hair. Remember, Patricia said that the matrons collected their hair. We also saw a necklace with a lock of human hair in it, worn by Frau Tanner in the first dance practice scene. Aside from this portrait whose frame is made up of the contents of my shower drain, we see various porcelain pieces representing breasts, vulvas, feminine curvature. Imagine if you combine the Venus of Willendorf with what you would find past the gates of oblivion. There are some bouquets of flowers and other porcelain pieces representing a cut brain, a head, and feet. But the main theme I'm gathering is all of these have some link to the body, perhaps specifically the feminine form. Within the center display of the reliquary, we see the aforementioned brain, some masks, perhaps facades the witches use to disguise themselves. Oh, keep that in mind. If you notice in certain scenes, like in the commissar's office and in the restaurant, Dr. Klemperer has this sort of cagey look about him. I wonder if at certain points the witches have disguised themselves, shape-shifted. Perhaps to disguise themselves as Frau Cézanne, the helper of Dr. Klemperer, or the typist in the commissar's office, or maybe just some customer, somebody eating nearby, eavesdropping nearby, when Dr. Klemperer is meeting with Sarah. This power will come up once again, so keep this in mind. Sarah also finds a hook. Just as she touches it, she's startled by the nearby chaos of Miss Griffith's death. The hook is left rattling, and it kind of reminds me of the chatter point on that magical diagram. It will do the same thing once more in a future scene. Sarah is curious of the chaos, but the sudden shrieking drawing closer causes her to flee with one of the hooks. And although sadly she evaded the gaze of the other matrons, it seems she hasn't evaded the gaze of Markos. In fact, while she's counting her steps to the mirror room, she's spooked by a whimpering noise. This noise belongs to Markos. So sadly, Markos has kept an eye on her for some time now. Also, note that we can hear the matrons rhythmically grunting, suspiring, ha, ha, ha. Perhaps this is a mourning ritual, With this newfound knowledge, Sarah returns to Dr. Klemperer, where he does a bit of lore dumping. I'll keep this brief, because we know much of this already. He mentions the three mothers, Lacrimarum, mother of tears, Tenebrarum, mother of darkness, and Suspiriorum, mother of sighs, the namesake of this movie. That according to lore, these mothers are pre-human, pre-god, pre-devil. He ponders as to whether these mythic figures are just stories told to represent the stories of the founding members of this dance group. Sarah is shaken. She asks if they themselves believe that they are witches, and Dr. Klemperer sticks to his delusion shtick, comparing insignias, the clinging to mythology and esoteric ritual, to the Reich, to religion. But nonetheless, Sarah is living with dangerous people and should leave. At first he suggests to put the hook back, but instead he decides it's best if he kept it, placing it on his coffee table. It rattles the same way it did in the reliquary. We see the adhesive under the glass look like blood splatters as well. Very odd. So Sarah has uncovered this coven, has figured out a deep part to its secret, and has reported it to the doctor. For all intents and purposes, she's done her job. She should leave. She should flee. She should heed his Dr. Klemperer's advice, mimic his skittish and cowardly. We haven't necessarily seen the cowardice just yet from Dr. Klemperer, but she should mimic this to save her own hide. But sadly, she chooses to not flee. She could have fled, but she chose to stay in hopes to maybe protect Susie and perhaps uncover what may have happened to Olga and Patricia. In a short scene, we see Frau Alberta and Caplet setting up the floor for the folk dance performance. Frau Marx and Mandel are inspecting the work, and we see Frau Martinchen enter the room. I believe this is the first time we're seeing this room without Frau Tanner in it. So where could she be? Sarah leaves the doctor's abode only to see Frau Tanner stalking her, but after being startled by nearby commissars or soldiers, it turns out it wasn't Tanner, but another lady who just looked like her. However, we were just subtly introduced to those facades, those masks in the witch's reliquary. Maybe this old lady truly is Frau Tanner disguised, and the visage for just one moment slipped, maybe because of pacing reasons, give us a good scare since this is a movie, or maybe Miss Griffith passed on some level of spellcraft to Sarah, or, you dance long enough in the Markos company, you eventually become a witch. Or you know what? Maybe Sarah's just always been gifted. That's my headcanon. She's my favorite. I love her. I love Sarah. But it's funny, when I rewatch this movie, I can't help but wonder, is that a witch? Is that lady a witch? Is that person around that corner? Was that a witch this entire time? We enter our own delusion and go through our own sort of Salem witch trial in our mind. And it's a bit funny. I feel like the heat is just contributing to my delirium, but it gets me loose. I'm feeling zesty today. We see Carolyn in good health, which is a relief. Her hair is being done by Frau Balfour, while Susie's is being done by Frau Judith. Legit, I think this is like only one of two scenes we see Judith in. Remember, she voted for Markos, and yet we don't see her suffer the same outcome in the climax of this movie. Maybe the actress wasn't comfortable given the nature of that particular scene. Frau Balfour asks Judith to step aside and begins to cut Susie's hair without even asking permission. Honestly, I love how Frau Balfour looks in this scene. Just a cigarette hanging out of her mouth, looking like a bulldog in the best of ways. If she wasn't part of this diabolical outfit, I would find her demeanor to be oddly comforting. I don't know. Oh, I almost missed this. We see Sarah about to approach Susie, perhaps to talk to her once Judith was finished with her hair, likely to discuss her findings, but because of Balfour's interception, Sarah flees. That's messed up. She's sticking around to find her missing friends and to warn Susie, when the most prudent decision would be to flee. In a way, she's not like Dr. Klemperer, somebody slow to the draw and flighty. Keep that in mind. With Susie's hair chopped to shoulder length, we see Judith and Vendegost collecting her hair in a bag, looking all suspicious. Susie sees this, and you can tell she's a bit put off by it. Also, apologies for censoring this. I'm more covering my ass so YouTube doesn't take down the video. But I do realize, though, that there is this motif of sheer clothing. The dancers in this community feeling comfortable from any wandering gazes that would ogle at their body, so they can wear comfortable clothing that allow for agility and flexibility, regardless of how revealing it may be.
Leaping off of that concept, I do want to also point out that when Susie had her long length of hair, there were 2 strands covering the breast area. And so now that her hair is shortened, she is, and by the way, shortened against her consent. Balfour didn't ask her, can I cut your hair? She is now put in this exposed position. And so going back to what I said, in a way, this coven giving this safe space for people to practice their dance in comfortable, sheer clothing, they are putting them in a state in which their guard is let down. They are more malleable, I would even argue.
The scene fades to Ohio. This might be a flashback, or could be what's going on at that moment. The pastor's giving Susie's mother her last rites, but in labored breath she calls Susie her sin, what she smeared on the world. No wonder Susie fled from Ohio. To have a mother, to have that level of contempt for you, is indescribably traumatizing. Keep that in mind, however, for the climax of this movie. As her mother wheezes, the camera rotates, the lips go from horizontal to vertical. Her mother laments Susie ever being born, so perhaps this is a fitting symbol for the canal that birthed Susie, another yonic symbol. And yet I can't help but wonder, is Susie's mother's lamentation of the state of the world due to Susie's mere existence some sort of foreshadowing for a coming age, an epoch of Susie's transformation? Not sure, but it is interesting and sadly a common occurrence in life in this world, a parent having such a deep level of contempt for their child. The child, obviously affected and traumatized by this contempt, slips up, misbehaves, goes off some sort of path, and then the parent points, "See, I was right all along." Like, I expect this behavior from chronically online empaths, not f***ing parents. Honestly, it's pathetic. I stay smoking that Susie's mother pack. We go back to dance practice. Madame Blanc is speaking French to Susie while Sarah is waiting for her chance to talk to her. We then see this heart-wrenching scene. My God, Mia Goth is phenomenal in this. Like, her face is oozing with fear and sadness, seeing her sister, her kindred, being swallowed up by the very machine that swallowed up Olga and Patricia. And the sight of Susie suddenly being blessed with the gift of high jumps is also troubling. We can hear Madame Blanc's French instruction and Susie responding fluently. Already? I mean, it hasn't even been 12 hours yet, and Susie is already fluent in French, or at least being able to reciprocate with Madame Blanc in French with ease, and consistently jumping as high as Carolyn. Could it be that she was consciously or unconsciously hiding these abilities and they begin to emerge right when she says, "I know who I am"? Or perhaps this just happens to coincide with the transference of skill from Carolyn, leading her to having higher jumps, and perhaps some boon was given off camera from Blanc to Susie to be able to learn spells, learn French with ease. Behalt dais im Kopf. We see Sarah finally confronting Susie. This scene was foreshadowed in that second dream sequence, when Sarah is seen asking, "Is it true?" I'll be brief. Sarah laments that Susie is in deep, asking if she's made a deal with the matrons. Susie feigns ignorance. Sarah tells her that she may feel like she's been given a boon, but she just hasn't been given the bill yet. After some back and forth, Susie assures her that everything is going to be fine. It's as if Susie has her own idea of what will come to pass. If Sarah heeded Susie's words, perhaps she'd remain safe. We'll see. A newscast signifies the passing of time. It informs the viewer of the successful rescue of the Lufthansa hostages and the dispatching of the hijackers. In addition, the Stammheim prisoners are said to have committed suicide in reaction to the news. But protesters claim that the suicide was just a cover-up for political assassination. We see guests congregating in the foyer of the Markos company. Frau Martinchen is handing out pamphlets for the Volk performance. We see Dr. Klemperer walking in. He too will be a viewer of the performance. Perhaps he's trying to get in close and scope out the place under the guise of a patron, not realizing that these witches he's dealing with are already aware of his plans and knowledge. This is distressing because remember, the matrons decided to make him a witness to Markos' rejuvenation ritual. We see Susie applying makeup. All the dancers have distinct black eyebrows, but the protagonist Susie, in addition to the eyebrows, paints a white rectangle across her mouth and forehead. The red garb and white and black accents of the makeup kind of remind me of the Daruma doll, but I can't think of any connection there. Perhaps the white on the mouth symbolizes muteness, the silent suffering of mothers, the only noises heard being gasps and sighs. Your guess is as good as mine. Likely even better.
It doesn't look like Susie's eyes have changed to black just yet, but they soon will. So I want to bring attention to the black eyebrows, the red hair, the white paint on the face, and of course the blackness in the eyes that we will soon see. Keep that in mind. If that flag symbolism we drew previously is relevant, this will be very key.
Susie inquires Frau Vendigast about the whereabouts of Sarah. Vendigast says she came in the morning, put her makeup on, and left. We see the doctor interact with Frau Huller and Caplet. It's interesting how Huller does a better job at hiding the fact she knows Dr. Klemperer more so than Caplet, who tells him to have fun and just stands stiffly staring at him. As he enters the dance hall, the fifth act is at hand. Into the Mutterhaus. Parenthetically, all the floors are darkness. What's interesting is that the second act is called Palace of Tears, and this second to last is called All the Floors Are Darkness. We had a bit of tears and a bit of darkness, echoing the two other mothers, perhaps. The title itself refers to a Mutterhaus. Direct translation is Motherhouse, but the definition of a Mutterhaus in German is a place where female religious are trained, like a seminary, but specifically for those who practice medicine. Frau Milius informs the dancers they've got 4 minutes. Pavla, though, seems distressed. Silently communicating to Milius, they both look down at the floor, as if they're sensing something amiss. As it turns out, they're seeing Sarah wandering into the deeper halls of the studio. Susie senses that something is wrong. As the dancers congregate for a pep talk amongst themselves, Susie sees the matrons, Milius, Pavla, and Vendigast, abscond in a hurried manner, likely to intersect Sarah. Susie hears a flashback to Sarah asking, "Is it true?" Then Patricia calling out to Sarah. Sarah locates a withered and decayed Patricia. Sarah sobs, lamenting that it took her so long to find her. Patricia weakly states that she wakes up here every day. Sarah has plans to abscond with her while everybody is distracted with the Volk performance, but those plans are cut short when Sarah is approached by the crawling body of a woman with no hands or feet. This doesn't match up with Olga's wounds, so this must be a victim from the distant past, perhaps the last attempted vessel for Markos. Sarah is both distressed by the pursuit of the shambling dancer and at the sight and extent of Patricia's decay. She flees, prying Patricia's hand from her, and Patricia simply falls back asleep. On Sarah's way out, she hears a grotesque whisper call out her name. We can barely make out a mass of flesh splayed out on the bed. This is Markos in her state of deterioration, bedridden. I can't tell, but it seems there's another body in bed with her. Perhaps Markos is feeding on Olga's life force, Markos forcing her to lay in bed with her to keep herself alive. But alas, it's hard to tell, and honestly, I might be completely wrong about that. Sarah escapes that room, and we see the dance about to start upstairs. Dr. Klemperer is among the audience. Madame Blanc greets the patrons a good evening and informs them of the upcoming piece. It was created in 1948. This would be a few years after the end of World War II and during the occupation of Berlin by British, Russian, and American forces. She announces that this would be the last ever performance and presents to them Volk. While this is all happening, we see Sarah stumbling in a dark hallway. In the dressing room, we see Siobhan, one of the dancers, call out to another dancer, Marketa, asking where Sarah is. The camera zooms in on the missing spot in the lineup. Frau Tanner encouraged the dancers to dance as if she's there with you. The dancers in single file approach the Iris studio. Frau Tanner whispers to them in a breathy tone, almost like blessing them with some last-minute Suspiric imbuement. All the matrons take their positions in very intentional manners at geometric points of the dance hall, almost reminiscent of the diagram we saw in Patricia's journal, but not quite. We saw this intentional positioning when the matrons witnessed Susie's demonstration. Madame Blanc stares through the floor, witnessing Sarah's predicament. We see the floors in the dark hallway form holes around Sarah's feet. All the floors are darkness. Sarah is unaware of this. Madame Blanc's gaze rises, and the lights come on very dimly and slowly. The dance begins. Volk's final performance is at hand, and sadly, our dear Sarah steps into one of the holes. She falls backwards and breaks her tibia, the fracture breaking through her skin. The guttural scream is bone-chilling. Mia Goth is phenomenal in this in the most heartbreaking of ways. I can't help but notice the gallows irony. This poor dancer breaking a leg as we tell people to break a leg when anticipating a big, performance. The dance takes place and we see the familiar dance moves in their most authentic forms, with the highly talented dancers moving in sync with the protagonist Susie. Frau Milius, Vendagast, and Pavla encircle the incapacitated Sarah. They offer hollow words of comfort. While Milius heals the flesh wound, but not the bone, Vendagast covers Sarah's eyes and she calms. Shortly after, she arises, a thrall of the matrons. How vile. So, in addition to being able to mend wounds, they can also mind control or dull the minds, enthralling a body, a person, able to puppeteer bodies. And I can imagine we do see a light form of this. There were moments in this movie where the dancers just sort of get right into it. There's no instruction. They just get right into the dance without any instruction. And so I wonder if there's a little bit of puppeteering, a little bit of an imbuement going on. And so this full puppeteering enthrallment of Sarah's hurt body is sort of the extreme, the full fruition of that power. Madame Blanc witnesses all of this through the floor. Frau Tanner looks at her in a distressed manner, perhaps worried this will sabotage Volk's final performance. We see Frau Balfour and Mandel looking pleased. Frau Huller, on the other hand, seems to be casting some sort of magic, hexing the oblivious Dr. Klemperer. He loosens his collar. It seems as if Huller is attacking his ability to breathe. Suddenly we see the doors open. A possessed Sarah with bright eyes comes through and joins the fray. The dance at this point is truly creepy. Seeing the bright-eyed Sarah moving so robotically, like a marionette, is freaky and distressing. The doctor, still in the audience, keeps his eyes fixated on Sarah. I can imagine he's distressed to see she hasn't fled Berlin. We see a close-up of Sarah and Susie. Sarah's bright eyes contrast Susie's now dark eyes. I can't help but feel this is foreshadowed in Patricia's diary. If Sarah is being possessed by the matrons, who is Susie being possessed by? Sarah, Susie, and another dancer synchronize, forming Susie into this six-armed figure.
If you notice closely, there's a very distinct salute going on right. We'll see it once again later in this movie, a different character doing it, but I think this resembles the Nazi salute or the Hitlerian salute.
We see Madame Blanc bring her hand across her chest as if casting spells on the dancers, perhaps to help them with this exhausting performance. Sarah slides between Susie's legs as if giving birth. We see Susie grab Sarah's arm and she pulls away, looking back at Susie. It looks as if there's a tinge of mischief to this act, a smirk across Sarah's face. Maybe it's part of the performance, but maybe not. It strikes me as depicting a prodigal daughter emerging from her mother and fleeing, becoming her own person. Not sure though. It's evident that Sarah is beginning to emerge from within this enthralled body. We see her distressed, gazing at Susie, hoping she could somehow communicate to her. Or perhaps this is the nature of the dance. The prodigal child desiring attention, acknowledgement from the mother they absconded from. Regardless, Sarah's movements seem to slow and become out of sync. The protagonist, Susie, enters the center of the performance and begins the climax, violently waving her arms and head up and down, then going into her jumps to finish the performance. But before Susie could truly portray her agility, Sarah falls to the ground and screams. She's back in her body, with all the pain of not only the broken bone, but the pain of the constant impact on it, damaging it throughout the dance. Dr. Klemperer rises from his seat. Huller tells everybody to remain seated. Her eyes still darkened, Susie is concerned for her dear friend. The doctor gets closer to Sarah, but it seems Frau Huller casts a spell on him to stop him in his tracks. Her mouth is closed shut again. We can hear her grunting through the pain. Her eyes are desperately pleading to Joseph. They could be saying anything. Save me. Tell everyone what's happening here. Say something. Or perhaps, run for your life, doctor. Frau Balfour pulls her leg and sets it back in place, likely to put up the facade that the injury happened during the dance, and this was just a freak accident. Madame Blanc leers at the doctor. It reminds me of a child to a parent. It's like she's non-verbally telling him, you ruin everything. I don't know, there's a lot of profound facial acting in this movie. The dancers and matrons with the incapacitated Sarah leave through the door without a word. But Sarah remains on the dance floor. We can get a better look at her darkened eyes. She quietly breathes in, closes her eyes, and gasps. What could she be thinking at this point? You foolish girl, why didn't you listen? I had everything under control. Or perhaps, no, this is too far. Smoldering, waiting for the moment to get back at this coven. Or perhaps something more cynical. As painful as it is, it's worth the cost. I can't forget why I first came here. Dr. Klemperer has failed. He failed to heed Patricia's call in time. He failed to protect Sarah, just like he failed to protect Anka. He begins to think about her, the times they were young, when they first purchased their country home and carved their initials into the corner of the home. We see a shot of some papers with right insignia, perhaps Anka's identification papers. Then a shot of young Anka, and then an older Anka with tears in her eyes, striking angrily, perhaps at Dr. Klemperer. Oh, this is very interesting. We see the papers, a young Anka, and then a teary-eyed, angry Anka. This is very, very, very interesting. Keep this in mind. This vision startles the doctor. Fun fact, the older Anka is played by Jessica Harper, the actress who played Susie in the original Argento films. Meanwhile, Susie lies in bed, pensively gazing. She turns her head to see that shimmer from the dreams. She's awake, however, so this form isn't a product of her dreams, but an actual entity. It seems to be glowing brighter than usual, and it's emitting screams, howling, and whooshing noises. Perhaps the suffering of Sarah has made it grow stronger, or perhaps the emotions of Susie has beckoned it closer. For a moment I thought that this glimmer was Markos, bilocating to Susie, but no, this must be something else. Maybe the real deal, Mother Suspiriorum, or at least Mother Suspiriorum's boon. We don't know it yet, but we will soon find out that Susie will accept this boon. The shimmer disappears as Madame Blanc enters the room. Susie telepathically communicates, apologizing for going off book with the dance. Madame Blanc urges her to never let that happen again. Despite their efforts to bring Sarah back upstairs to complete the dance, Susie went off and derailed it. Susie asks if she hurt anybody in the audience. Madame Blanc says, no, not this time. All they saw was a dance. Interesting. So there was a risk that the dance could hurt the patrons. Susie laments, it's all a mess, isn't it? The one out there. Then she speaks aloud, the one in here. The mess out there and the mess in here. This further points us to framing this movie against the events of the time. The clashing of heads in the German political sphere. The clashing of heads in the Coven's political sphere. A regime upheaval, another one in its place, and yet another upheaval around the corner. She refers to the mess out there, the mess in here, and then the one that's coming. She then says something truly foreboding. Why is everyone so ready to think that the worst is over? Jeez. This seems to chill Madame Blanc. They share a look, and Blanc grabs Susie's hand the way she does when she blessed her when they first met. The same way Susie grabbed Blanc's hands when she said she wanted to be the hands of the company. Madame Blanc is tempted to explain everything to Susie, but it would be wrong. She is tempted to explain the ritual, the history, the state of Markos, what the company has planned for her, her opportunity to choose to be a vessel for Markos. Madame Blanc thinks she's speaking with a dead woman walking, a coming martyr, and wants to warn Susie, perhaps because she loves her. And guess what? Susie reveals that she knows far more than she lets on. She puts Madame Blanc's hand to her cheek and tenderly says, "You don't want to make me choose because you love me." I have my misgivings about Madame Blanc's complicitness in all of this, but I can't help but sympathize with the position. You have this student, this person who is emblematic of innumerable potential, knowing you are building her up to be devoured by a relic, and it seems that Madame Blanc's feelings have grown for Susie. Perhaps the love is more romantic at this moment. On the other hand, Susie seems to have found the missing mother figure she didn't have. She's seen Madame Blanc as her matron all this time, somebody who didn't see her as a smear on this world, a product of her mother's sin. It's a very emotionally complex scene. After this revelation, Madame Blanc casts a spell over Susie, telling her to go to sleep. No more dreams tonight. She'll make sure of it. She says all of this in French. Before the scene ends, just for a moment, we see that shimmering figure glow behind Madame Blanc.
You stole my face!
No, I revealed your face. I simply stole your mask. Now answer my question. Do you resent your parents?
Seriously? We're gonna go there? Look, I don't want to repeat some mistakes they've made. I don't want to mimic profound flaws in their personalities, but do I resent them?
Do you?
To be on this planet after my mothers and fathers survived the Lebanese Civil War, their mothers' mothers, and fathers' fathers the Armenian Genocide.
Do you?
It's an honor, a privilege to be here.
Resent them?
I love them. I love my parents. That feeling of anger in my dreams, the angst that persists the moments after I wake up, it melts away like snow in the sun, because the gaze, at least in my case, Remy, only exists in my mind. It's a fickle, imagined thing. The pain, the tears, the sighs that my parents and their parents endured, that's real. It all boils down to me being insecure about my place in this world, and that is dust. The real pain is felt by those like Susie, felt by those who have horrible parents. And look, maybe the hand I was dealt wasn't the best, Remy, but if offered a mulligan, I wouldn't take it. Now be gone, you dark creature of the night. You may reign in this scape, but you don't in my life.
And it's in Act 5 that shimmer fully manifests. Madame Blanc spares Susie of these vivid dreams, so the fact that we're still seeing this shimmer tells us that the shimmer has little to do, or isn't confined to the dreams. The dreams may have forbeared whatever this shimmer represents. It may have called it, but it is not bound to the dreams. It is now existing outside of the dream realm, in the room with Susie. Well, and that's already something that we could have easily put together. While these dreams were happening, we saw the shimmer consorting with Susie. And so the shimmer fully manifest. I'm not sure at what length I've spoken about this yet. I may have mentioned it, may have pondered that this shimmer may have been representing Markos trying to enter Susie during her dreams, but I was being coy because it will turn out that the shimmer does not represent Mother Markos. It represents something else. It's very interesting. It's not spelled out directly to us. This is something that we infer, so keep this in mind. We enter the sixth and final act of the movie, Suspiriorum. Susie seems to have had more say in the choreography. She dances more akin to her preferred sensual and symmetric style compared to Madame Blanc's more dramatic, asymmetric style. We hear a non-diegetic conversation, or in other words, a separate conversation happening separately to the scene. Frau Tanner stating to Madame Blanc, "Tonight, it must happen tonight." She's referring to the Markos rejuvenation ritual. Speaking of non-diegetic, the music playing is one of the tracks made specifically for this movie, composed by Tom York, which I learned very recently is the lead singer of Radiohead. This movie really must have been expensive. The lyrics in this scene are, "Open again, we breathe again, upon another shore, washed up." Aha! The title is called Open Again, Wieder öffnen, the title of Madame Blanc's new piece. Perhaps these dancers are rehearsing it, and if that's so, then it shows a lot of growth on Madame Blanc and Susie's part, that Susie has a lot more creative input for this sacred piece. The next scene is of Susie looking up. We can hear the shimmer off-screen by its mysterious noises. She closes her eyes, and we see shots of Susie's naked back, doing that same move I pointed out earlier as possibly resembling a transformation. I think I called it lycanthropic. And even if nothing in this video is of any use, I'm glad I may have hit a home run there. Susie is undergoing a transformation. The lyrics say, "We live again, we're demons all of us, we're open." After this lyric, open, we see a mysterious hole in the ground that we haven't seen throughout this movie. But it's shown to us as if we should recognize it. There's like this odd sort of like it's like a callback to something, but it's like, what is it callback to? What, you know? Perhaps Mother Suspiria is rising from the primordial depths to enter Susie. The night that Markos planned for Susie to become a vessel coming true in part. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Susie puts a black glove on, and for the first time in this movie, she's looking very witch-like. I'm not going to say witchy. We see shots of the dance company, the stairs, the dance hall, even the reliquary with the picture of Madame Blanc and Markos. It seems like maybe Susie is saying goodbye to her first and only home. Just as the music swells, it abruptly stops for a scene of Frau Cézanne, Dr. Klemperer's helper, making him some soup. Dr. Klemperer sneaks out of his flat carrying Patricia's things. We see him walk across a bridge, and I was concerned when watching this at first. I thought he was going to take his life because of his failures. Meanwhile, the dancers and matrons enjoy a night out. The matrons treat them to food and drink. The dancers think this is just a night on the town, but unbeknownst to them, the matrons are preparing them for the Markos rejuvenation ritual. We are back to Dr. Klemperer, powerless. He does what he can to spare his own fate, throwing Patricia's things into the river, then tossing the hook in as well. He's had enough of this, and has given up. Sadly, Dr. Klemperer is haunted by this flaw, never fully in, but never fully out, until it's too late. And once all is lost, he thinks he can just simply cut his losses. We see Susie sitting on the side of the table, but then deciding to sit at the other end of the table, facing Madame Blanc. Susie has transitioned from student to matron. She sits at her seat as a leader. We go back to Dr. Klemperer. He approaches his country home. He notices a truly creepy image, a silhouette of a woman standing in his kitchen. He sounds shaken. He says, "Hello?" But alas, it's Anka. She came back. All is not lost after all. Perhaps things might turn around. She kind of reminds me a bit of Sally Field, and it's a bit of funny linking there. Tilda Swinton as Dr. K, Robin Williams as Mrs. Doubtfire, Jessica Harper, Sally Field. I just love noticing patterns. It's very fun. Anyways, sorry, I'm delaying the inevitable. She explains that somebody named Carol had outed her. We don't know much about Anka, but perhaps she belonged to one of the many demographics that was targeted by the Nazi regime. When she got home, she couldn't find her papers. Perhaps the authority had gotten there before her. She fled towards Teplitz to hide with some family friends, but she was apprehended at the border and taken to Theresienstadt. This was a ghetto where the Jewish population was held by the SS, so perhaps Anka Meyer was targeted for her Jewish heritage. Based on what I found on the internet, of the 150,000 inmates, 33,000 were killed and 88,000 were sent to extermination camps. So Anka would be one of the few who must have survived. She says after the liberation, she made a life for herself in Zurich. She got used to this new life, but now thought it was time to come back to her soulmate. Life works interesting like that sometimes. She came to Joseph in his time of need. God knows what he planned on doing in that country home in his devastated state of mind. It took her so long to come back, primarily because she thought that Joseph died in the invasion. They make their way past the border into Berlin. It's my hope that this is the last we hear of Joseph. Meanwhile, the matrons and dancers are singing and being merry, but I noticed the matrons seem to be enchanting the dancers, embracing them in ways that scream Title IX. For crying out loud, these are your students! But alas, they're bewitching these dancers to prepare them for the arduous ritual for Markos' rejuvenation.
The matrons are singing a song to the dancers. The first part of the song comes from Das Lied vom einsamen Mädchen, translated to The Song About the Lonely Girl, written in 1952 by Robert Gilbert, composed by Werner Richard Hyman, and first performed by Hildegard Knef. I'm starting to think about Knef. I don't like Knef. Interestingly, it was later performed in the 80s by Nico, the artist of the song that Patricia was singing in the very beginning of this movie. The second part, or the part that really lulls the dancers into enchantment, is when the matrons say Tagalir, 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 Tagelang. If you look up lyrics for this song, this Tagalir, Tagalir part isn't considered a part of the official lyrics. It comes from the movie Al Ra'un. It's the movie that this song was initially featured. Hildegard Knef sings this song in her character. The character is also named Al Raun. And I could go on about this movie, man. There's so much overlap between these two motifs, this whole nature versus nurture, the sins of the parents and how they affect the behavior of the offspring, and gosh, it's just, but we've spent too much time as it is. Al Raun, the best way to describe her, she is this plant-based temptress. She's the product of a sort of mad scientific experiment, but it really is just a sci-fi symbol of artificial insemination, which at the time was, I guess, scandalous. I don't know. I'm not entirely, I'm not too brushed up on it. And so because of this scandalous concept, she is defined by this scandal, even though she had no choice in the matter. She had no choice to be created the way she did. And so she's defined by this scandal. She's stigmatized by this scandal. And so as a result, I guess she's a temptress. She's a very sexualized character. And so the viewer, again, at the time, this is the 1950s, the 1950s viewer has to ask, is she a temptress because she was created from such immoral means, or is she a temptress because of the stigma, and that's just how she's expressing herself to make sense of it all? I said I wasn't going to explain it, but that's basically it. But man, you could create so many overlaps between this and this movie, but I'm going to leave it at that. But I haven't even translated the lyrics. I literally paid people, money to translate it. The part that the witches sing are, because she was lonely and her hair so blonde and her mouth as red as wine, but whoever drank from this wine couldn't be happy anymore. And then, of course, we have the Tagalir, Tagalog, which is days of emptiness, days of emptiness, days of emptiness for days on end. Okay, let's move on.
Madame Blanc is evidently trying to get her mind off of what's to happen that night. What's to happen to our dear Susie. But jeez, props to Dakota Johnson. Dude, she looks menacing. The lily-white Susie Banyan, now this fire-red, raven-eyed tempest, leering at Madame Blanc. They have a sort of stare-off, and Madame Blanc relents. She stares out a window, and the musical score swells as if something is amiss outside the window. Maybe she sees something we don't. There are some women talking outside the window before this musical swell, and as they leave, we see Madame Blanc's eyes wander, watching them as they leave. So maybe those are dancers leaving the restaurant, and to the company. Perhaps the musical swell implies that the ritual is at hand. We are now passing that Rubicon. We see Joseph and Anka walking along the Berlin Wall. Wait, this is familiar. Anka and Joseph arrive to the Markos company building. Joseph turns around to see that Anka is no longer there. He's startled by a howling Frau Haller and growling Frau Alberta. No! That wasn't Anka! That was a facade! Joseph was duped into wandering into the belly of the beast! Frau Haller and Alberta drag Joseph through the Tanzgruppe halls, into the reliquary. Frau Haller pulls out the hook and says, "Look how dirty he made it." She places it back in the display case. Joseph begs the witches, Mitleid, have pity." Haller bites back, saying, "Mitleid, have pity? Why should we pity you? How long did you have to get your wife out of Berlin? You had years before the arrest began. When women tell you the truth, you don't pity them. You don't show them Mitleid. You say that they have delusions." She shrieks in laughter, cackles, taunting the doctor. That hurts. That really hurts. But many of us can relate, can't we? Sometimes it feels like a curse, doesn't it? You say one thing, and it seems that the people you care about seem to not listen. Not only that, it seems that they actively try to contradict you, as if every single word you utter is worthy of nothing more than a simple wave-off. You could probably cause their heads to explode if all you simply said was, "The sky is blue." But hold on. The sky is blue, but this person, of whom I've arbitrarily decided I'm not going to listen to, every single word that comes out of their mouth must not be reality, it says that the sky is blue. But it is blue. It is a big pet peeve of mine, the contrarian that exists in many of us. And I hate to admit it, this would be one of the times I would agree with somebody like the likes of Frau Haller. Joseph is so smart that he's stupid. Too smart to listen to his wife. Too smart to listen to Patricia. And while I'm sure thematically we're going to also pin Sarah's fate on Joseph Klemperer, her demise is more because she was actively not like Joseph Klemperer. So I won't put Sarah's fate on Joseph Klemperer's head. And to be frank, the powers of the Coven are so wide and pervasive, it's hard to even put Patricia's fate on his head. Even if you believed everything she was saying, let's get the commissars involved, let's blast them on Twitter. The Coven's not going to do anything. That's not going to happen. It's not going to do anything to the Coven. They're magical. But at the core of this shame and guilt, jumping ahead of myself here, there lies Anka. I want to keep going back to her, but let's keep going. Even if he did show initiative with Patricia, I'm not sure if it would have changed anything. And if he showed the same initiative that Sarah showed, he would be in the same fate that Sarah is in. So in a sad, ironic way, it's been to Joseph Klemperer's benefit that he was so slow to the draw. But Dr. Klemperer should have shown initiative with his family, with Anka, so that they wouldn't be separated, so that she wouldn't have suffered the way she would have suffered in this war. We don't know the extent just yet, but nonetheless, he should have shown initiative. In the end, the crimes of the Nazi regime lie solely on the head of its perpetrators. After all, like all of us, Dr. Klemperer is a deeply flawed man, and typically these flaws don't lead to such disastrous consequences. They only lead to said consequences is because they are happening in a situation so perverted by regimes like the Nazi regimes and regimes like the Markos Tanzgruppe. Inaction is a soil for evil. But in this case, it's evil that is the soil for inaction. Wow! Susie enters the empty Markos company building. She tosses her bag on the floor and begins to strip down. She stands there as she entered the world, nude, and now as she enters the new world. On her bed is a thin black gown. The shimmer manifests and leads Susie into the depths of the Markos company underbelly. She approaches the end of a corridor, following the shimmer, but it vanishes into her. Susie, I think, enters the ritual chamber, and thus the climax of this movie. The Markos rejuvenation ritual is at hand. Mind you, many of the extrapolations about Susie being given a boon by Mother Suspiriorum isn't explicitly stated. On your first viewing, you would likely see this as simply Susie entering just as herself, a soon-to-be vessel. I regret that I have to censor so much here, but on the bright side, it retains the value of actually viewing the movie for yourself. If you want to see this impressive set, I would rather you see it for yourself anyways. Markos and Tanner stand to the left. Blanc, with a cool-ass red gown, stands to our right. In front of us, the dancers form a totem-like structure, a body cairn of flesh and contortion. It's both horrifying and impressive. A triangle is formed by the matrons, wearing gowns made of the hair they've been collecting from the dancers, making synchronized gasps while striking poses. In each corner, we see the mangled but still living and standing victims of the Markos company, Patricia, Olga, and Sarah. I can't help but notice the triangle is made up of the matrons, the mothers of this Tanzgruppe. Again, another yonic symbol, and beneath this yonic form is a cluster of dancers, the children of this Tanzgruppe, and as the totem unravels, it's as if this yonic form is giving birth to many.
This would explain why the dancers are nude and the matrons are in this hair garb. We grow hair on our nether regions, and we escape from those nether regions nude.
What's it called? Is it the Kundalini? What is it? What's it called? Lamaze classes. The breathing, the rhythmic breathing when you're giving birth. That's a big one that I completely went over my head until now. Kundalini? I think that's a kind of pasta. Anyways, let's keep going.
The rhythmic gasping kind of reminds me a bit of Lamaze, the tactical breathing that many people do during childbirth. And how vile, how perverse that this childbirth symbology is implemented in this ritual, but there is no new life. It's the prolonging of this decrepit, ancient life that is Markos. Keep that in mind, because much of what Markos represents is this bastardization of parenthood, of childbirth, and all that jazz.
Joseph is lying on the floor, naked, wheezing and sobbing. Say what you will about his shortcomings, he does not deserve to be broken by this ritual. we get a better look at the decrepit Markos. She looks like a waterlogged corpse, covered in moisture. Her body is covered in decay and various infant body parts. While one could argue, if ignoring the ritual abuse aspects, this triangular form could be seen as sort of an art piece. You know, it could be beautiful, seen in a certain light, a symbolism of giving birth, the bearing of life. But Markos herself is a grotesque reversal of a symbol of parenthood, held together by the parts and essence of her victims, her children. We see her caressing either her breast or one of the infant arms that hang from her rib. Milius, Huller, and Balfour cut into Patricia, Olga, and Sarah's abdomens, pulling out their entrails and divvying them out to the other matrons. Joseph beckons, Ich bin nicht schuldig. I am not guilty. I am innocent. He says, I remember. I wonder what that means. I remember. Oh. He remembers what... Wait, but he says, I am not guilty, but he is guilty of something. He remembers what he did. Weird. We'll get into it in Joseph's final whiteboard. The matrons squeeze the innards of their victims in their hands. Each squeeze is punctuated by a moan, and they do this repeatedly in unison. I don't know why, it just bothers me. Just like looking at their faces just bothers me. Miss Mandel in particular, her face makes me mad. I don't know, there's this like part where Miss Mandel just by the way, all the actors in this movie, not only are they great actors or actresses, but they're also very talented, like outside. They're all very talented in their own rights. But for some reason, Miss Mandel's face just bothers me. It's like, you're just a bit too into this. It's like, Miss Mandel's like my least favorite out of all of them. I don't know why. I mean, they all kind of suck, so I mean. Susie says, I am ready, madame. Markos shrieks in joy and cackles. With this willingness, the ritual commences. The dancers slam on the ground, violently throwing their head in the air and back down, making gestures toward their heart and throat, the key body parts of the respiratory system, the channel of Suspiria. The heart being the womb, the throat being the canal, each breath, each gasp a spell given birth to into the world. Balfour stands atop what remains of the dancer totem, leading a choir. Milius and Huller bring their offerings up to the chamber and stand next to Blanc and Markos respectively. Susie notes that Blanc looks afraid. Markos mocks her own daughter, wheezing, She's afraid for you. What's interesting is we see a better look at the core structure of the totem. Balfour is holding up the arms of one of the dancers in a V formation. We see an uncanny similarity to one of the very first scenes where the two Mennonite daughters are wiping the outstretched arms of the sick Miss Banyan. Aspects of the structure as well echo back to the sketchings we see in Patricia's diary.
So of the three, this is the third scene in which there is German singing, but no translation or subtitles. And sadly, I hired 2 translators, and they were able to get the first 2 scenes, but they just couldn't make out this third one. That either means that this choral singing isn't German, or I probably shouldn't go to Fiverr for translation services.
Markos sucks the air in the direction of Susie, kind of slurping, appetized by her. The grotesque supposed mother raspily states that there will be nothing left of Susie inside, celebrating that there will only be space for me. Notice the raspy affect, her labored breathing, her neck, the wand that casts breath magic, is hardened and strained. Her platysma is just one big rock. Not only is she a bastardization of parenthood, but a bastardization of the very concept of respiration. She's an imposter mother. Any linking to her patron mother is gone. Susie states that she came here for this. The ultimate climax was her plan all along. She may not have been conscious of it all along, maybe she was, but she was at the very least unconscious of it. Bit of a callback to Who's Lila. That got me thinking, did Susie cast a spell on her own mother, making her respiratory system weak so that she could abscond from her regime? Did the pain and oppression she feel in her situation give room for a kindred longing for Madame Blanc? And did she come here to right the wrongs of the mess out there as well as the mess in here? She states to the chamber, but not Markos, if you notice, "You've all waited long enough. You've all been under this dastardly regime long enough. That's the way I interpret that. The way Markos cheers, "It is happening! It is happening!" It reeks of the devouring selfishness she represents. Markos asks if Susie comes here willingly, the key ingredient for this thing to work. Blanc pleads to her protege, "You must have no doubts. If you'd like, I could wipe all of this from your mind. Things can go back to normal." She tries to veil her concerns in a thinly veiled deference to Markos, saying she wants this to be pure, but this is insincere. She's afraid of losing Susie. Markos is laughing at her, prying herself from her seat. "Oh, we all know what you want." She shouts, "This isn't vanity. This isn't art." She goes full mask off. This was never about the balance of things, but all about her. Blanc feels that there's something off. She says that they have to stop this now. "Can't you feel it?" Markos says that they've been on two sides of this for long enough. We see the full body of Markos. And well, honestly, despite the warts and hypertonic neck muscles, I mean, she just kind of looks like a regular, just like elderly person, you know, until you get below the waist, and it's kind of fucked up. That, even if I were allowed to show that, I probably still wouldn't. Like, literally just recollecting it makes me weak in the knees. It's that gross. I mean, some of you are going to see it and you're like, I've seen worse. Great. The matrons chant, "Markos, Markos, Markos."
I want to point this out, and mind you, I've been making a lot of these extrapolations after the fact. These could all be coincidence, and so this might be a coincidence too, but Madame Blanc, when she gives the gesture to stop, again, it reminds me a lot of that Hitlerian salute. And this will all tie together in a very unhinged theory I have towards the end of this video.
And just as Blanc is about to stop the ritual, lift the spell, Markos casts her own spell, slicing the cervical spine of her own daughter, causing Viva Blanc to collapse to the ground, her head half hanging from her body. This is one of two of the most unspeakable sins any parent could commit. Normally, the biggest fear of a parent is to outlive their own child, but Markos is no parent. She's a scum-sucking authoritarian who would kill her own flesh and blood so that she could extend the life of her own flesh and blood, outlive her own children. This pure act of contempt that spits in the face of parenthood stirs whatever's left of Susie inside of her. Visions of her own mother come to her, and tears stream down her face. Markos beckons her, "You must put down the woman who bore you. Think of that false mother now." Susie gets a vision of her home in Ohio. We see the empty home go red. All that is in this home, this memory, this remnant of Susie's identity and psyche, is the very person who is at the center of all of her pain, her mother. The room goes red, and we see claws cast a shadow on her mother, just as her mother has cast a shadow on Susie throughout her life. Unbeknownst to Markos, that false mother of Susie is a spitting image of the false mother that is Markos. So when Markos tells her to expel that mother, she is also up for expulsion. Markos fittingly says, "The only mother you need is here." She's technically correct, but not in the way that she would like. The same claw that cast a shadow in Susie's vision now pierces the veil of this chamber. Markos says, "Death to any other mother, say it," but Vendegas shrieks from within the chamber. A lich, a dark servitor, played by the same actress that plays Susie's mother, materializes into the chamber. It's about to get real. This terrifying servant lovingly brushes its hand on Joseph's cheek. While he's terrified, it seems the servitor wants him to know he's safe now, that it comes not for him. The dark servant bows, not to Mother Markos, but to Susie. Markos asks, "Who are you?" Susie responds, "For what mother are you anointed? Which of the three mothers?" "Mother Suspiriorum." "I am she," Susie says. The servitor gives Markos a kiss of death. She coughs blood, falls to her chair, and before the camera angle changes, we can see her head kind of like dematerialize or just spot with blood. Not sure what that is. Mother Markos is dead. Frau Tanner, despite being a Markosite, is spared, left as an example, perhaps in the same way Markos may have spared Miss Griffith to be an example. Frau Haller voted for Markos, so her head gets exploded. Frau Milius voted for Markos, so her head gets exploded. Susie seems to be aroused by the carnage, or perhaps Mother Suspiriorum can feel the joy of catharsis. The victims of devouring parents and systems, feeling a bit of peace, knowing that the wrongdoers' heads are bits and pieces. Frau Tanner weeps, embracing her dead mother. Frau Daniels wasn't seen as voting for Markos, but evidently, because she was a Markosite, the contents of her head get some fresh air. Frau Mendel voted for Markos, thus the insane in her membrane goes a bit more insane. Suddenly we hear another Tom York original, Unmade, the opposite of birth in a way, the unmaking of this twisted regime. Mother Suspiriorum finally calls out to the chamber, death to any other mother. Frau Marx voted for Markos, so her gray matter matters less. Alberta voted for Markos, so we get to see what's on her mind. Oh. Susie. Suspiriorum. Sus. It's been staring us in the face this entire time. Susie brings her hand to her chest, as if about to separate it. Martinchin voted for Markos, thus her head won't be missed, but it will be missed. M-I-S-T. Pavla voted for Markos, so her head explodes. And thus, the Markos regime, with the exception of Tanner and mysteriously Judith, is finally put down. Susie pries apart the bloody opening from the chest, forming a bloody yonic symbol where her heart is. That shimmer emits from behind her in its full form, being a halo, deigning Susie as Mother Suspiriorum. She announces through a whisper, I am the mother. She asks Olga, what do you want? Olga asks for death, and so Olga is released. Patricia beckons her mother, saying, we are so tired. What do you ask? To die. I want to die. Patricia is released. Sarah falls to her knees. Her mother asks, sweet girl, for what do you ask? Sarah just simply says, die, and she's released. Susie, now Mother Suspiriorum, stands atop a triangular pedestal and beckons her remaining subjects to dance, that it's beautiful. Blanc had such a cynical view of dance, saying that we are to break the nose of everything that makes it beautiful. But the real deal Mother Suspiriorum sees things differently, that this will not be a place of pain, but a place of beauty. Voila! You want to know what screws me up the most about this scene? It's not the blood and guts, the crotch of Markos, the exploding heads, or the dark servant of death, the servant of Susie and Mother Suspiriorum. No, none of that messes me up. You know what messes me up? It's the victims. Sarah, Patricia, Olga, begging for death. Juxtapose this with the, not necessarily cheery, but the somber, loving music of Unmade by Tom York. And this supposedly triumphant climax, it just causes my stomach to turn. These three women whose lives have been brutalized, have been suspended in torturous pain for God knows how long, begging their mother, their Mater Suspiriorum, for death. It makes this movie so cruel. I can't put it into words. Let's just move on. Let's sprint through the aftermath. No, I need to parse this out. Let me parse this out for 1 second. You've got this Tom York song, okay? Very somber, loving, come under my wing, dun dun dun, little bird, little bird. This Mother Suspiriorum is saying to her children, come under my wing, little bird. This feminist eldritch being, Simone de Beauvoir happened upon the Kribevne, and we're expecting her to liberate these oppressed women. And no, all they ask for is death. Death from their own mother. This symbol of birth giving them death. These three children of this horrid regime ask not for their pain to be mended, their minds to be clarified, their lives to be restored to its former potential and youth. They just ask for death. This movie, it's just so European. And if you're not a poopin', European. I hope I'm explaining just the sheer tonal dissonance of this scene, because it's very Italian. If you're a big fan of horror from that neck of the woods, you know exactly what I'm talking about. But okay, let's move on. Truly. You got out of your system? Let's sprint through the aftermath. Vendegas escorts a shaken Joseph Klemperer out of the Tanza Gruppe halls and sends him on his merry way, singing him a lullaby. The dancers are back in their bed, stirring in their sleep, clearly distressed. Joseph makes his way home through the night, through empty, snowy Berlin streets. Inshallah, he made it home safe. Speaking of which, some dancers bid Frau Butterhaus Assalamu alaikum, a more religious form of Arabic greeting. Marhaban is a more casual version of greeting. Perhaps with the lifting of the regime, the culture of the studio is no longer so averse to religious thinking and practices, as Madame Blanc put it. Frau Butterhaus announces to the dancers, Madame Blanc has left the company. Tanner sits in the same spot that Frau Griffith sat in earlier in the movie. The surviving matrons clean up the gory mess in the ritual chamber. Frau Vendegas tends to Madame Blanc, reattaching her head to see that Madame Blanc is still alive. She hugs her in relief, letting her head fall back down. I think this is like the only comedic scene in this entire movie. Frau Tanner turns in her seat, perhaps now aware that Madame Blanc is still alive. The blood remains on Tanner's face, perhaps as a mark of punishment for her Markos support, or perhaps she keeps it there because it's the only thing she has left of Markos that's left to remember her by, her blood. She dons the same shaken demeanor that Miss Griffith had, making shuddered breaths. Now we get to the final heart-wrenching scene. Joseph lays in bed, rifling through Anka's papers. Now this is strange. The fake Anka mentions not being able to find her papers. Maybe this was a lie being told by the witches? Or maybe... Oh, Joseph. Ah, no. Keep this in mind. Frau Cézanne brings Joseph his supper. Mother Suspiriorum in the flesh, as Susie stands in the doorway. Frau Cézanne asks, who is she? Susie responds with a single command, in German, wait outside, and so she obeys. Mother Suspiriorum sits and addresses Joseph. I regret what my daughters did to you. I wasn't in a position to prevent it. I believe you deserve to know the truth. Like a good mother, she is about to deliver a harsh but well overdue reality to Joseph. Although geriatric, a child in her primordial eyes. Anka did attempt to make it south to Teplitz, but she was apprehended by border guards and taken to the Theresienstadt camp. Joseph begins to weep. She lived there for 20 days until an SS officer, Anton Berger, called all the inmates out into the cold for a census. There she, as well as countless souls, stood in the cold. Among the hundreds that died of exposure, Anka was one of them. She had two women that she had befriended with her at her death. She was not alone. Tears well in Susie's eyes as she recalls Anka's final thoughts within her last sighs. Her final thoughts were of a birthday spent with her beloved Joseph. Sorry if this part sucks, I'm trying to keep it together. A birthday spent with her beloved Joseph. Joseph surprised her for her birthday, taking her to a Chopin and Brahms concert, where the two lovers held hands for the first time. The memory emerges, and Joseph begins to sob. Although she was cold when she died, she was not afraid, thinking only of Joseph. She placed two fingers on Joseph's temple and utters, of Anka Meyer, of Patricia Hingel, of Sarah Sims, and, strangely enough, of Susanna Banyan. Of all the women of his undoing, every memory will vanish. Guilt and shame, doctor, we all need it, but we have no use of yours. She disappears and releases him. He begins to go into conniptions. Frau Cézanne tends to him, calms him down. Her face already has tears streaming down. It seems as if this spell command caused her to be so distressed that she was already crying. At first, he doesn't recognize her. And to be honest, I don't know if he does, even after she tells him her name. He asks, who are you? She says, Frau Cézanne. He says, ja? Ja. So I think maybe the way he says ja is like, oh, you are? So he knows who she is. He's just, he's just dumbfounded in that particular moment. He composes himself, and for the first time, a look of peace washes over the doctor's face. The final scene of the movie is of the country house in the midst of summer, overgrown and a home to a budding community. We hear the chatter of children, parents, students. We see a young woman on a cell phone, and it seems it's a smartphone. We must be in the modern day. A student walks past the camera. We see she's holding a book titled The Great Mother. This book is written by Eric Newman, about the archetype of the mother throughout human history. A nice little detail to this scene. The camera zooms in on the weathered and eroded carved heart, commemorating Joseph and Anka's love. And then the movie ends. But we do get a post-credits scene. There is a brief scene of Susie as Mother Suspiriorum painting something with her hands off camera. We can't see what it is, but she looks away and back up at the painting and walks off. And so concludes the 2018 release of Luca Guadagnino's Suspiria.
Tabbouleh, tabbouleh, tabbouleh. Makes me shake, shake, shake my booty. The cold salad. I don't need heat for this one, and frankly, it's better eaten as leftovers. The parsley, onions, and tomatoes sort of pickle in their lemony dressing like a sort of brine. Good thing I always go to sleep with a spoon in my pocket. Now quickly, before he comes back.
To start our conclusion, let's give our final appraisal of Dr. Joseph Klemperer. But first, let's answer the question. Why was it that Anka couldn't find her papers, and yet Dr. Klemperer had them when he was laying in bed in that final scene? Dr. Klemperer heard Anka's concerns about the coming arrests in Berlin, and he didn't listen to her. Dr. Joseph Klemperer, in fear that despite his advice or his slow-to-the-drawedness, Anka would make the executive decision to flee on her own. But he wouldn't want that. He wouldn't want to lose her and be separated from her. And so he hid Anka's papers to prevent or discourage her from leaving. But she would attempt to flee without them. Because she would flee without these papers. Remember, I believe the Nazi insignia is on these papers. I think that would have helped any commissars or Gestapos or whatever. They would have seen that and be like, okay, you can go along. The fact that she was stopped at Teplitz, didn't have those papers, attracted scrutiny. And it's no wonder Dr. Joseph Klemperer has been holding out hope all this time. She's gone missing. She's not coming back because he is deluding himself because he doesn't want to face the more likely scenario that she got stopped at Teplitz, didn't have the papers that he hid from her, and she ultimately was killed because of it, because of that chain of events. The character that so commonly and prolifically wields this word, delusion, my dear Sarah, delusion, my dear Patricia, is himself the most deluded of these characters. Clinging on to this most irrational comfort blanket of hope to cope with his failure to protect his family member, the love of his life. Not only his failure, his actions that led to her demise. If it had just been, he didn't want to leave Berlin, and the Nazi regime caused him and Anka to suffer because of it, majority of the guilt, of course, goes on the head of those perpetrators, not on Joseph Klemperer, and of course, certainly not on Anka. But he did an extra action. He hid her papers. And because of that, that guilt does rest on his head. That shame rests in his heart. And that shame and guilt has been what has been fueling this bumbling, poor fool throughout this story. Wrapping all of that together, I give you Dr. Joseph Klemperer's ultimate delusion. The ultimate delusion is his holding out hope for Anka's return was not out of hope, but a delusion to avoid the shame and guilt of being to blame, at least partly, for Anka's death. And now, let's continue on with his appraisal. Dr. Joseph Klemperer is a sort of hyper-logical, hyper-stoic type who derides things like religion and ideology, but he himself clings to the strictures of his training, his style of psychoanalysis. This delusion, or lie that tells the truth, pulls the wool over his eyes, preventing him from taking Anka and Patricia seriously. Frau Haller implies that his failure with Anka had something to do with her womanhood. It was a sort of a chauvinistic wave off. I think that's more to taunt Dr. Klemperer to make him feel extra crappy. But I would say this flaw is less of a machismo, but more of coming more from a sort of a pretentiousness, a very high appraisal of one's mental acuity. And listen, he could very well be a smart person, but a smart person can't tell the future. Even if you were a part of Mensa, you would be an utter mensal if you didn't take the advice and counsel of your closest of loved ones. He has this air of knowing better than everybody else. And so I don't say all this to sweep anything under the rug. I just think that this flaw of Dr. Joseph Klemperer comes from more of this festering, pretentious pride rather than some sort of anti-woman or sexist chauvinism, as Haller implies. With Sarah, he does take her more seriously, being more proactive in trying to get her to flee, get her to move out and leave Berlin for the meantime. He even visits the Tanzgruppe when they were performing Volk to make sure that Sarah left, to keep an eye out on things. Although I would argue the way he saw Patricia, appraised Patricia, was very unfair, there really wasn't much that he or she could do. Remember, despite him not really believing her, it didn't matter. Patricia was on the run. Patricia was going. She was gone. She was heading for the hills, regardless of what the hell the doctor was saying. She got caught up, got circumvented, and abused, victimized by the Coven. Didn't matter. You remove the doctor from it, the fate would have happened. So yeah, I mean, sure, the vibe was off when he was giving his psychoanalysis, but that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. In Patricia, what happened to her was because of the Coven. Unlike what happened to Anka. That rests on this dude's head. The true blame, the true shame and guilt that we can attribute to Dr. Joseph Klemperer is his clinging to Anka, him not listening to Anka, hiding her papers, which, even if not in the midst of a horrible regime, is just detestable behavior on its own. I mean, that's her passport. You're literally stealing somebody else's identification from them. But let's go back to what Susie, or Mother Suspiriorum, says of Anke Meyer, of Patricia Hingle, of Sarah Sims, of Susanna Banyan. Of all these women of your undoing, may every memory of them vanish. Why is Susie included on this list? Perhaps the interpretation of all these women of your undoing. Joseph Klemperer has been undone, has been completely internally deconstructed by his failures, by witnessing injustices that are out of his hands, that he thinks that maybe he's a little bit capable, he could handle it, but he can't. This was his undoing. And so Susanna Banyan, who came to the Tanzgruppe to initiate this chain of events for the full forbearing of Mother Suspiriorum, required a witness, that witness being Dr. Joseph Klemperer. So I think that's why Susie is included on the list of all of these women in his life that, and mind you, when she says these women who are of your undoing, it's not like these women were his undoing, like Anka hurt him, Patricia hurt him, Sarah hurt him. I mean, I guess you could argue Susie put the chain of events that led to him getting all f***ed in the head. It's just like the circumstance of all of this has led to his undoing. That's what I think she means by that. But enough dwelling on that. Semantics. All in all, I think Mother Suspiriorum is this sort of merciful, albeit brutal, principality in this world of Suspiria. She didn't explode people's heads simply for being imperfect or deeply flawed. In fact, I would argue that some of the Blankites, like Vendegaast, Balfour, and whatnot, were just as complicit as the Markosites. And so, despite Joseph Klemperer's major transgression against Anka, Mother Suspiriorum chooses to show him mercy. In fact, mend his mind, wipe the slate clean so that the final years of his life are enjoyed in blissful ignorance. He deserved punishment. That was his life, his lifetime, living under this delusion, living under the constant gaze of Anka, Patricia, and Sarah. And so, Mother Suspiriorum lifts this gaze from him so he could be blissfully unaware of it. Notice, this is all happening in the reflection of the mirror. If we go back to that mirror theory from Lacan, he's almost reverting back to this childlike bliss, unaware of all the weight of the world that crushed on him, all the shame, all this guilt. So that moment that a baby looks in the mirror and gains a sense of self, we're looking in the mirror and Joseph Klemperer's sense of self is being pulled from him. It's kind of interesting, but that might just be a coincidence. Joseph Klemperer's shame and guilt was wiped from him, and the home that he and Anka would have tended to is left to grow, rich with life, be home to many families, many generations. His sins were wiped clean, and all that's left was this small but humble legacy, this country home in the outskirts of Berlin. I'm really talking up the good Mother Suspiriorum. What about Susie? What about Susie, her transformation throughout this, and Mother Suspiriorum as a whole? How are we going to appraise her as this new principality of this universe? But before I go any further in discussing Mother Suspiriorum, or the daughter formerly known as Susie, let's fully appraise this dastardly coven. I think we have a solid enough understanding of the various things that motivate this coven, so let's see if we can put together one nice big cohesive picture, a statement. Willing to kill, devour, and enslave its own dancers, this coven seeks alienated women, ideally pure and willing, for the ultimate end of rejuvenating the ever-degrading elder matron, Mother Markos. That is, all in all, this coven, doesn't matter Blankite or Markosite, that has been, from the beginning, the Markos Tanzgruppe motive. Mother Markos, at some point, through ideology or political conniving, wrested control of the Markos company, of this Tanzgruppe, and steered it away from its original patronage towards Mother Suspiriorum and towards something a bit more banal and devouring, like maintaining her immortality and power, completely self-serving. She is a relic of her former glory, a relic of her rise to power, having to be clandestinely transported and moved around by the likes of Frau Tanner and whatnot, behind closed doors, underneath the floors of the Tanzgruppe building. Markos Tanzgruppe building. In a way, this is very similar to how the Baader-Meinhof gang would refer to West Germany or West Berlin as a sort of shell, a relic of the former Nazi regime. Madame Blanc sort of represents the moderate of the two political parties, ultimately wanting a different outcome, a different future for this Tanzgruppe, for this coven, but nonetheless mimicking and mirroring the same toxicities and the same evils that the Markos party is capable of and guilty of. This is why it's completely indiscernible. We see the likes of Vendegaast, Balfour, Caplet, committing similar atrocities to Milius, Mendel, and Haller. Markos represents a very cold and basically an honest despot. I just want power. Whereas Blanc is a bit more mealy-mouthed, doesn't necessarily, you can never know where she's leaning. She's ultimately this sort of, I'm going to start to use a lot of weird terms, she's ultimately like this moderate reactionary. She wants to maintain these sort of cynical old ways, these old coven traditions. She wants to break the nose of anything and everything beautiful. She wants dance to be all things except two things, beautiful and what was the other one? Joyful, painless, something of that sort. But nonetheless, Madame Blanc is willing to permit murder, killing, torture. She even herself commits skill absorption. She dreamweaves Susie's dreams to prime her for the ultimate end goal of Markos's regime. Perhaps she believes if she continues to move in lockstep with Markos's regime, eventually Markos would wither away and she could finally live out whatever nebulous ideal she wants for this coven. It's interesting. When I came back into analyzing Suspiria, I was expecting there to be intricate political differences between the Markosites, between the Blankites. I was expecting this whiteboard to be kind of like a political compass of ways to chart out these different policies and whatnot that they would be for, or different temperaments that they represent. But ultimately, they are sort of this fake two-party system. There's this one joke from George Carlin where it's like, and mind you, he's an American comedian, so his joke is linked to the American politics. When the two parties reach a bipartisan agreement, you know that the common man is getting screwed, or something of that sort. Like, the one thing you don't want is for both parties to agree on something, because it's got to be effed up. If you have a cynical point of view of our politics, the same way you see people, movers and shakers, rubbing shoulders with people that you as a constituent would be like, what? You're rubbing shoulders with that corporation? You're rubbing shoulders with those focus groups? The same way it's a very cynical melding of political motives for ulterior motives, we can see the same thing, this melding between the Markosites and Blankites. They're indiscernible if you scrutinize them only by their actions and what they permit. And so, I hate to disappoint, but while Markos and Blanc certainly have their differences, their respective factions or parties don't. Maybe I should have voted third party. If you feel disappointed at the flaccidity, or floppiness, if you will, of my final conclusion, both sides suck, man, I apologize. I was expecting something very lore and, rich and whatnot. Take a BuzzFeed quiz. Are you a Markosite or a Blancite? I was expecting that kind of stuff. But if it's any consolation, at the very least, we have a very cool whiteboard that charts out all the different powers. Well, this is in itself a launching point for some of you who want to analyze this movie even deeper. There's a launching point here. This isn't just a sheer politics thing, but there's something here. It's a systemic thing. There's something systemic here. We have these powers. We have these different moves. We could completely get rid of this. And just this alone is an interesting sort of launching point, this motive. There's some richness there, I think. The Coven has this sort of semi-omniscient gaze, a panopticon of sorts. You don't know when you're being watched and when you're not being watched. When Patricia is first seen on camera, the protesters and demonstrators are saying, "We are watching, we are watching." When they say it, they're talking to the government saying, "We have our eyes on you." But she's hearing that, and she's hearing that it's this Coven that's watching her. There is this unyielding gaze that even Dr. Klemperer experiences. The cagey looks, his side eyes. Is that person a witch? Is that person a witch? The typist, Frau Sesam, any of the customers at the restaurant? We're experiencing that sort of broad gaze, that, Salem witch craze and whatnot. A red scare, if you will. But even on an artistic, symbolic side, I still think it's brilliant that this dance group is this vehicle for suspiring magic. Dance being so exhausting, being so sanguine. And in a serendipitous way, it melds perfectly with the hook-shaped weapons, the claw decoration, the witch-like cackling, which is another form of suspiration, breathing. So even though my appraisal of this coven isn't as brain-tickly as I hoped it would be, I do think it's a great standard for melding in different themes that you wouldn't have thought would have connected together. Just these two aspects, and it clicks together. I love it, and that's why I love this movie. It's very creative. This is an aspect, a lot of aspects here. From what I've read, I haven't seen the original movie, but from what I read, many of this is Luca Guadagnino's exploration. The dance aspect isn't explored that much in the Argento movies, and so He really struck gold here, broke some ground even with a property that already existed by linking all of these themes together. I should stop gushing. So this is the regime of old. Now what about the regime of the new? The regime of Mother Suspiriorum. In the three major motifs of this movie that I've explored, we have Joseph Klemperer, the Markos Tanzgruppe, and Susie. There exists some sort of subtle thing, something that's not, it's staring us in the face, but it's not being spelt out to us. And I hope that I've done a good job at explaining and shining the light on these things. The movie doesn't spell out to us through dialogue and wording that Joseph was the one who hid Anka's papers. And yet once we realize this, it explains everything about his character, his own delusions, his pointing to other people's delusions, his denial. The movie doesn't spell out explicitly to us the tainted, rotten nature of the Markos Tanzgruppe, the Coven specifically. And yet once we realize this, we can kind of draw these parallels. It's a commentary on corruption and these regimes and maybe authoritarianism. It puts a nice tight vignette around the fickleness of Madame Blanc's political strategy, around the horridness of Markos's methodology, around the whole Coven's methodology, what they do and what they permit. And I think in Susie's story, the big thing that I think ties everything together, it's the thing that everything is birthed out of, now that's symbolic, is this very subtle scene, not even a scene, just snapshots of her child abuse. It's never talked about. It's slightly hinted at when Madame Blanc says, "Were you punished?" And Susie just says, "Yeah." But aside from that, it's not dwelled upon, it's not spelt out to us, and yet it is so rich. We can scour through this movie. Oh, she looked in the mirror, or she looked through that window. How do you explain that? She has this mastery over the dance. But I think this scene, this dream sequence that's a flashback to when Susie was abused by her mother, that point, that mixture between a symbol, an archetype, a mother, an archetype of protection, hurting her own child, mixed with the concept of budding into adulthood. It'll mess anybody up. And I think that was the start of Susie's transformation. It was at that moment when she was abused, forbidden to dance, forbidden to express herself, forbidden to express her sexuality, that she was poised to become Mater Suspiriorum. In Ohio, she was shut in and the world was shut out. You can visualize the pressure building up. And the fact that Susie absconds from this situation, and it happens to coincide from when her mother falls ill to likely like tuberculosis, some sort of respiratory illness, I don't think that is a coincidence. That points in the direction, if we ignore the dream sequence and we just focus on the fact that the mom fell ill to a respiratory illness, that points into the direction that Susie had some level of magical prowess, some level of intention to the final destination of her transformation into Mater Suspiriorum before the beginning of the movie. Because mind you, we start our movie off, she's in Berlin already. We never meet the old Susie, because the old Susie lies motionless in that closet, in that dream sequence. Once the mirror is shattered, any hope of getting back to that point is long gone. I'm realizing this now. In that same dream sequence, we see a couple of interesting scenes. A woman clutching her pearls, a sort of a euphemism for being offended by something, scandalized by something. We see finger painting, another euphemism for masturbation. I'm missing a big key aspect here. Susie was trapped inside that closet. She was exploring herself sexually in that closet. Being in the closet is another euphemism for hiding one's sexuality. And so, perhaps I was just so focused on the parental aspects of this dreams, it's now dawning upon me that I may have missed some lesbian or queer aspects to Susie. But what I picked up on was Susie's sexuality. Once she broke out of Ohio and came to Berlin, her expression of sexuality was very personal, expressing it through things like magic and dance. In that scene where Madame Blanc removes the dream hex, she either doesn't pick up on or subtly rejects Madame Blanc's attractions to her. But that being said, now that I think about it, there is a little bit of passion, a bit of romance you could easily pick up on when she grabs Madame Blanc's hands saying, "The hands, I want to be the hands of the studio." The way I've digested this movie, to me, Susie is a sort of asexual icon of sorts, making up for lost time, taking small steps in exploring herself in a personal manner through her passions, through dance, and through this magical world. But hey, if she's a sapphic icon for you, far be it from me to take that from you. That's the beauty about analysis, especially if you're a big lynch head like me. All interpretations are valid. And chances are, yours are more valid than mine. I just happen to have a camera and a whiteboard. One more thing I want to draw some attention to. It's that post-credits scene. One must wonder, what does the world of Luca Guadagnino's Suspiria look like once Mater Suspiriorum has taken the reins? Sadly, because we don't have any sequels, we don't get to see the perspective or the lore from the Tenebrarum and the Lacrimorum edges of the universe. There's an oddly foreboding look on Susie or Mater Suspiriorum's face in that post-credits scene. Notice, in the climax of the scene, she doesn't just free the dancers. She has them keep dancing, it's beautiful, keep dancing. And the dancers are then seen in sleeping in their dreams, coughing, bleeding from the nose. They're clearly being distressed and hurt from this whole ordeal. Some of them even mention being sick the next morning. And so this kind of points in the direction that although we no longer have the evil of the Markos regime, are we just replacing it with the new evil? This sort of American imperialism, so to speak? But nonetheless, I think it's quite clear, especially from that tonal dissonance in the climax of the movie, this isn't a clear-cut good ending. It's just an ending. It's just simply moving forward, and the movie just happens to end right at that moment. But hey, on the off chance that this video picks up quite a bit of steam and a lot of people start to reappraise the 2018 Suspiriorum, or Suspiria, I would love to see a sequel. I would love to see Luca Guadagnino do his whole take on Tenebrarum, I think it's called Inferno, and Mother of Tears. You know, I would love to see it. That would be flippin' amazing.
I had made a last-minute whiteboard that goes over the various motifs that we've been seeing, the red, white, and blue eyes of Susie turning to red, white, and black, each of the dancers, at least the major dancers, representing a different nation, the tight political framing of the Bader-Meinhof situation with the tight political framing of the Tanzgruppe Coven. I know there's something there, I just don't know what it is. I tried my best to piece something together last minute, and I was just talking out of my ass this whole time. So I want to just leave it at that, but I'll give you the tail end of this whiteboard segment. I think Susie represents my pet political ideology. YouTube poopism. Where there's smoke, they pinch back. I think I noticed something here. If there's anything I did is I caught a pattern, I caught these motifs, but I kind of ran with it and came up with something a bit unhinged. That concludes my analysis of Luca Guadagnino's 2018 retelling of Suspiria. 6 acts and an epilogue taking place in divided Germany. A movie like Suspiria drums up a lot of emotions, a lot of introspection. A while ago when I decided to cover this movie, I had planned that the skits would involve me doing choreographed dances. Some funny, but also still like, oh damn, that's kind of artful kind of stuff. Having my sisters choreograph something for me. But no, I wanted to match the vulnerability of this movie. And so I apologize if the skits were kind of like, oh brother, this guy stinks. The last thing I want it to be is masturbatory, but we ain't finger painting here. But I hope I at least in some way matched the vulnerability, and some of you could at least resonate and then click those two themes together from the skits and from the movie. Usually I don't like to talk too much about the skits in the video. I probably won't do that in the future. Too much insider baseball. We base so much of our value on comparing ourselves to previous generations. The problems we deal with in the modern age are nothing like the problems dealt with in older epics.
Nobody emerges from the womb with all the right answers, knowing exactly what to do. No one gets a walkthrough on life. And with this age of unprecedented speed and technology, and yet a constantly narrowing array of opportunities and paths to take, it's foolish to expect ourselves to know exactly what to do. Life is a series of trial and error. It was for our ancestors, it will be for us, and it will be for future generations. The sadness and cruelty of this movie is that Olga, Patricia, and Sarah didn't get to explore that trial and error. It's one of the most, out of all the tragedies in the world, and there are many of them, but one that really pisses me off is when kids, and for all intents and purposes, these are kids, okay? Kids don't get to make mistakes. They don't get to learn from those mistakes. They are defined, their life is defined, their life is ruined, or their life is ended because of those mistakes, because of that exploration. I should include Carolyn in that list. Sarah, Carolyn, Patricia, and Olga. They didn't get to explore those mistakes, get to explore life in that way because of this gaze of the matrons. And so I invite you, while it's much more easier said than done, please do not let yourself be paralyzed by this gaze. Before I end the video off, I want to give one more announcement. The next video is going to be on inscription. This is going to be a big project. It might eclipse Who's Lila. It's definitely going to eclipse Faith in scope. There is a very robust ARG in inscription. So robust that I'm honestly I'm kind of nervous about taking it on. So I thank you all for your patience and for all the love you guys have been showing me with the Who's Lila video and hopefully with this video. I've taken up enough of your time. I'll see you in the next video. Ma salama, sudesutun, hasta luego. I'll see you soon. Suspiria!